everyone. Actually, no, I'm not gonna start playing music. We're gonna dive right in this. Fucking learn some shit. You know. Man, I'm just not having a fucking good day. But I'm here. We're gonna have a great stream. Alright. Without further ado, Vice, the War on Drugs.
This guy looks like he's up to no good or he's on drugs or something.
Oh, looks like a bad dude, too, to be honest.
Like a bad
Shot fired. We have one suspect down.
They could have very easily killed me when they threw me in the car.
In May of 2020, as the police officer Derek Chauvin was kneeling on George Floyd's neck, his partner, Tu Thao, turned to the horrified onlookers and smirked. That's why you don't do drugs, kids.
This is why you don't do drugs, kids.
This was probably meant as a crass and stupid joke, but it reveals a clear underlying belief system that if you use drugs, or that if police believe you might have used drugs, they have the right to murder you. In this episode, we're looking at how, again and again, police weaponize drug use, either real or invented, to justify their own brutality, and to spread misinformation about the nature of crime in society. On May the 26th, 2012, a man named Rudy Eugene abandoned his car on a busy Miami causeway. He then stripped off all his clothes, threw away the Bible he was carrying, and brutally attacked a homeless man named Ronald Popo. Among other injuries inflicted, Eugene repeatedly bit Popo's face, blinding him in both eyes, before being shot dead by a police officer.
Now at 10, calls for help during a deadly encounter.
Beating another man, it's a naked man beating another man. I mean, beating him.
Armando Aguiar, the head of the local police union, immediately went on a media.
This is when the whole the zombie outbreak was happening, I remember.
Claiming that Eugene had been on the synthetic cathinone drug known as bath salts.
Story out front tonight. Drugs known as bath salts being blamed for a gruesome scene in Miami. This is a naked man. He was shot dead on Saturday by police because he was gnawing off another man's face.
The story of a crazy new drug that can make people literally eat each other was seized on by the press. And sensationalist headlines about how cathinones turn people into homicidal zombies are still being recycled around the world to this day. The only problem with this narrative is that there is zero evidence for any of it. Aguiar had claimed Rudy Eugene was on bath salts almost immediately after the attack itself, before any toxicology tests had even been done. When Eugene's toxicology report came in weeks later, no bath salts were found at all. The only drug found in Eugene's system was cannabis, but in such tiny amounts that it's almost certain he hadn't consumed any that day or been high at the time of the assault.
If people could just think about caffeine or...
This guy right here, Carl Hart, excellent doctor and author, yeah. Drug use for grown-ups.
Amphetamine. They basically understand the effects of bath salts. Bath salts, they give you a little boost, maybe some euphoria at large enough doses, but the effects that were described in Mr. Eugene's case, like violence, I have never seen anything like it, and people have studied bath salts in the laboratory, in humans, and have never seen anything like that.
So why were police so keen to spread this bath salts narrative? Well, some journalists have suggested it was to distract attention from the fact that, though Eugene was clearly disturbed, Miami police had shot dead yet another unarmed African-American man. The police trusted in the media's age-old readiness to sensationalize drug scares, and it worked. The story became about a killer drug, not a killer cop. And this seems to happen again and again. In October of 2014, a white Chicago police officer shot 17-year-old Laquan McDonald 16 times. As major inconsistencies emerged in the official account of the shooting, both police and the media resorted to old patterns, casting doubt on McDonald's own reputation. And as usual, they used drugs. The claim here was that because post-mortem reports indicated that McDonald had PCP in his system, the officer was justified in feeling his life was in danger. From a teenager, he shot 16 times from up to 15 feet away. This relies on certain narratives that police and the media have spread about PCP for decades. PCP is a dissociative drug, often known as angel dust, that sometimes makes people act like this.
I've always been interested in dolphin intelligence. Using PCP, especially with dolphins, was just wonderful. I mean, you can just go straight into communication with them.
But there have also been urban myths circulating since the 1970s that PCP makes users hyper-violent, giving them superhuman strength.
Stories like you had to shoot somebody 38 times in order to stop them because they were on PCP. There is no drug on the planet that behaves like that or gives a human superhuman strength.
One of the things that's unique about trials that involve law enforcement officers is that they start with the presumption that the officer was justified, regardless of the circumstances. And so for a defense attorney who's representing a police officer, what they will do is, number one, reinforce that belief and narrative by attacking the victim and basically putting them on trial and saying, see, this person, regardless of what they were doing in the moment, they were not a good person. They used drugs.
Do you think Laquan McDonald has been put on trial in some way?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It brought prior bad acts of a juvenile. Who did nothing that night. He didn't threaten anyone. He never made any of the other officers feel like they were in harm's way.
In 2016, when a white cop was charged with manslaughter over the shooting of the unarmed black man, Terrence Crutcher, a defense team also claimed she feared for her life because she suspected Crutcher might have taken PCP.
Shelby's attorney is calling the report confirmation that her client believed Crutcher was under the influence of PCP during his deadly encounter with the officer last month.
The same defense that police suspected PCP use, so felt in enough danger to deploy brutal force.
So what differentiates us from like the Philippines, like with their war on drugs and just if we assume you're using drugs, we're gonna kill you?
Was used all the way back in 1991 by the cops who brutally beat Rodney King. The LA riots began when those officers were acquitted by an all-white jury the following year. And it's not just exotic synthetic drugs like PCP and bath salts which are weaponized in this way. Even widely enjoyed drugs like cannabis are used by law enforcement to justify killing. In February of 2012, when George Zimmerman followed 17-year-old Trayvon Martin as he walked home in Florida, he reported to police that Martin looked like he's on drugs. He then shot Martin dead. The case shocked America and the world. But a major part of the legal defense that saw Zimmerman get away with the killing
it's definitely disgusting on how he got away with it. And just, it's disgusting on people's takes on this shit too. Like some people have some really shit takes when it comes to that. That's for sure. For sure. I can't even fucking talk right now. Alright, where'd you go?
Was that Martin had THC, the active agent in cannabis, in his system.
The jury in the George Zimmerman murder trial is expected to learn today that Trayvon Martin had marijuana in his system when he was shot.
One of the things that the defense team tried to do was to say that Trayvon was high on cannabis because Trayvon had 1.5 nanograms per milliliter of THC, the active component of marijuana, in his system. Now, 1.5 nanograms is so small that it's below the sort of placebo levels that we see in our participants who had not smoked that day.
We see this again and again. The idea that police officers suspected cannabis and thus feared for their lives and had to deploy lethal force has been used as a defense in the killings of Philando Castile, Michael Brown, and Keith Lamont Scott, among others.
So when we think about once the cops have killed a black person and they claim that the black person used drugs, So what the cop is counting on is counting on the population to have the same sort of screwed up views about drugs as police do. So if you're using drugs, then that means you're immoral. And if you're using this drug, that means you're a bad person. And therefore, you probably didn't give the cop any chance or any choice but to kill you.
Law enforcement, politicians, and the media failing to tell the truth about drugs is nothing new. But the harm this causes is brought into sharp focus when there's a face and a name attached. When you actually hear an officer joking about drugs as his partner kneels on a man's neck.
Yeah.
So when we think about cops and when they say things like, we behaved exactly like we were trained, it's important for the public to understand that the cops rarely make these mistakes when they're dealing with people other than racial minorities. The press helps to create the smoke screen as well, because it's a great story and they want to keep the story going. Meanwhile, the victims suffer.
This is one of the subtle, easily missed ways that reveals how the war on drugs can so easily slip into simply becoming a war on people. These lies and false narratives have been part of the war on drugs since it first began. Perhaps counteracting them can be part of starting the process that brings it to an end.
We'd like to congratulate drugs for winning the war on drugs.
Yeah, people's take on the whole George Floyd thing. I even heard it the other day, like, oh, someone think, or no, it was Kanye. Kanye said that he said that he died from fentanyl. Which that's apparently
Colombia
justification.
fumigated around 2 million hectares of land with financial and military support from the United States. But many people, locals and Ecuadorians living across the border, have reported being poisoned.
Drugs don't just affect the people taking them. In 2018, it was reported that the vast amount of cocaine used across Europe was ending up in rivers at levels that could affect the behavior of freshwater eels.
What?
While no hyperactive, slightly overconfident eels were ever actually observed, it's important to remember that while we talk a lot about the human and economic costs of the war on drugs, this conflict also takes its toll on the environment. From the jungles of South America to the sewer systems of the Netherlands, we're looking at the environmental impact of the global illicit drug trade, separating the myths from the facts and asking who bears the responsibility. The rainforests of Colombia and Peru are considered to be the second most biodiverse natural habitat on Earth, home to 10% of the world's species. But they're also home to most of the world's cocaine production. And because coca farmers are scared of the police and military, they're forced to grow their crops deep inside the jungle.
Podemos ir acceden nomás, pero que muchas veces se oponen a que sean erradicados todo. Hay grescas, y necesariamente tenemos que usar a veces lo que es gas lacrimógeno.
This has led to a persistent narrative that coca production is responsible for the destruction of the rainforest, a claim that's been repeated by commentators from Colombia to the US and Europe. But what has emerged is a pattern of drug traffickers laundering the profits they make from the cocaine trade by buying up acres of the Amazon for cattle ranching.
Wherever drug trafficking nodes are established, what you see is it's almost as though a bomb has gone off and created these concentric rings of absolute devastation of forests and dispossession of small farmers and indigenous people.
This form of damage to wildlife has even earned its own name, narco-deforestation. While this is a snappy title and has been seized on by politicians to shame drug users, it's actually a bit misleading, as the actual environmental impact comes from farming and has nothing to do with the production of the drugs themselves. However, one thing that is absolutely true is that making cocaine requires some pretty nasty chemicals.
En esta parte de la selva utilizan un método que le llaman o le denominan el método del solvente o el método colombiano. Un tanque de agua de 3.000 litros y ahí van procesando con la hoja de coca a través de un proceso que lo mezclan con una más rápida.
It's difficult to gather exact data, but estimates are clear that every year, tens of millions of gallons of kerosene, solvents, ammonia, and hydrochloric and sulfuric acid are used to create cocaine, all of which end up getting dumped illegally in the jungle. Of course, it's also important to remember that cocaine is used as a medical anesthetic, and hundreds of kilos are produced legally each year, largely by countries like the UK and the Netherlands, with none of these environmental impacts.
No way.
Yo tengo machetes, trabajo en plataneras, en cañeras, en muchas maneras, pero a veces se pone que no hay empleo y hay que buscar por donde salga, ¿no?
Yummy.
Ni matando a nadie, ni robando a nadie, simplemente estoy trabajando por la comida.
But it's not just the drug traffickers who are dumping toxic chemicals into the...
I'd love to try some legal medical cocaine because it probably just hits way
Between
different.
1994 and 2015, the Colombian and American militaries sprayed tons of the chemical pesticide glyphosate onto the Amazon in an attempt to destroy coca crops.
If the government comes along and eradicates your crop, they may be spraying glyphosate, a known carcinogen, on your family, to your animals, and your neighbors. So it comes at great risk, but the needs of small farmers is often so great that they're willing to take that risk for the economic return.
In 2013, Colombia had to pay Ecuador $15 million in compensation for the severe health problems the spraying was causing to farmers along the border, and the spraying was suspended. But under pressure from Donald Trump, smaller drone spraying missions were resumed in 2018, and Colombian politicians routinely threatened to restart the larger spraying campaign, turning the war on drugs, very literally, into a war on nature. It's not just the rainforests of South America that are threatened by the war on drugs. The Netherlands is generally more famous for its semi-legal weed than its exotic, unspoiled wilderness. But the country is also the global leader in manufacturing MDMA. And this is having a serious environmental impact.
Deze waterloop die
Didn't
voert
think MDMA was.
En hier heb je dus al een paar keer een synthetische drugsdumping in gehad. Hier lagen een stuk of 10 vaten, grote vaten van een paar honderd liter naar beneden gegooid. Dat drugsafval komt dus direct in de woonomgeving van de mensen.
The scale of this problem cannot be underestimated. Dutch police sources told Vice that in 2018, they were having to clean up a new drug waste dump almost every single day. This problem is so widespread, they've even had to coin a new word for it in Dutch. Drugsaval.
Maar dit is een plek waar we een van de meest dramatische drugsdumpingen hebben gehad in Brabant. Er lag een heel groot vat waar 1000 liter drugsafval van de bodem in liep. Dus hier is een heel groot gebied, is de grond afgegraven. De bomen die hier stonden, die zijn doodgegaan, die zijn afgevoerd. Deze bomen die hebben natuurlijk ook al drugsafval meegekregen. En dat blad dat krult nog steeds raar en dat gaat in de loop van de zomer dood.
Because it's illegal industry, so they cannot go to a regular dump, a legal dump. They dump it in the forest, in the water reservoirs, or they dump it on the street bit by bit. These are toxic chemicals. People run into it when they walk in the forest. So that's a huge problem, which has not been solved.
What up, Jake?
What up, buddy?
What up, buddy? Okay, do I want? So it's capturing your audio. Audio output capture. Can you even hear in-game audio?
Yeah.
You thought I was feeling you? That
So you
nigga,
just can't hear me, right?
he ate it for lunch. Bitch, on my body, I get what I want.
I know I can't hear your in-game either.
Maybe not be on the scene.
I know I can't hear
I
your
can't fit in a
in-game
jean. Use my stitch, but it's not with a sleeve. I got that already, I'm keeping it clean. Okay, when niggas not so
What are you listening to?
like that on me.
What?
That's just how you should
Are you
have put
listening?
me. Nobody can sit with me. I swear this is my mini me.
It's just
He was saying that's supposed to be dreaming.
You just had audio because
audio because
yeah, you got audio now.
It's on my body, I get what I want. You
Yeah,
thought I
you
was
got
feeling you?
audio now.
That nigga much. Nigga,
Say
you
something.
It's on my
Say
body.
something.
So you know my body, I do it with ease. You know my body, he telling me please. I'm walking past me, sticking my breeze. He taking me, but he not my babe. Dang.
I don't know, Dev. No, you don't have audio. It came in and out.
you don't have audio.
You thought I was feeling you?
You can hear my Discord because when I start talking, it will come in.
Once
You're having
again,
a hard
there's
time
no
hearing me even
particular
in
reason
Discord?
that MDMA
No.
production needs to be harmful for the environment.
I'm saying that your Discord. I'm saying
Oh,
that.
you were hearing me through
Yeah,
Discord.
no, I can hear myself through Discord, but I can't hear.
Yeah. Oh, you
Your
can hear
audio.
yourself too.
Hold on.
Many synthetic drugs are manufactured by pharmaceutical companies in the Netherlands every year. And because they're produced within a regulated market, the waste materials can be disposed of relatively safely. The only factor that drives illicit drug production underground is the fact it's illegal.
Dit jaar hadden we ineens gewoon 3, 4, 5 dumpingen per week van synthetisch drugsafval. Want de laatste 10 jaar is het zo erg toegenomen dat het het grootste deel van mijn werk geworden is.
But even where drugs are legalized, environmental issues can still arise. The expanding legal cannabis industry in the US has come under frequent scrutiny for the amount of energy it consumes. To grow 1 kilo of cannabis in an inside grow room produces more than 4,500 kilos of CO2. That's roughly the equivalent of driving a car across America 11 times.
So damn! This is the Green Mile. These are some of our mother plants. This is what we use to create new plants. And so when we look for genetics, we look for good, big, and fast. Those 3 things.
This is so exciting.
It's totally traceable. The state knows exactly how many plants we have in our system. They know when they're harvested, how much was harvested. They know everything about it. It's a manufacturing facility. We manufacture marijuana.
One of the main problems here is that due to security concerns, many state laws that permit cannabis growing require it to be grown inside, which is obviously far more energy intensive than growing it outside.
Indoor marijuana cultivation uses a lot of energy because we're creating a fully synthetic agricultural environment. We're taking what would typically be done in an outdoor setting and we're moving it indoors. 100% of the lighting is synthetic lights, so we put in really high-powered lighting, and that creates a lot of the energy profile. And then the other piece of the major energy profile is the HVAC systems that have to run to create that uniform environment for heat and humidity.
The problem is obviously even worse on the black market, where people are forced to grow inside for fear of getting caught. Some estimates state that legal indoor cannabis grows consume 1% of America's total electricity supply, about equivalent to 1.7 million average-sized homes every year.
Jason currently runs a handful of indoor grows, like this one in Sonoma County. Like many industry veterans, he knows how to operate inside the law, outside the law, and in between. He started out in the black market, then gradually switched to selling to licensed medical distributors. But the medical client base is shrinking quickly as dispensaries move into the recreational market, where Jason isn't licensed yet.
If this keeps continuing, then we're going to have to operate this place as a black market grow to continue to pay for the legal grow.
However, this isn't so much of a cannabis problem. It's more of a America needs to get off fossil fuels problem.
Yeah.
Cannabis production represents a small percentage of US agricultural energy consumption.
That's crazy.
But it gets undue attention because of the way politicians and sections of the media get a bit hysterical around anything to do with drugs. This hysterical coverage is a shame. The war on drugs has meant we've historically missed out on the potential environmental benefits of industrial hemp, which can make everything from cement to sneakers. It also ties into important aspects of how we talk about both the climate crisis and the drug trade, and whose responsibility they are to fix.
Coca growers grow coca in protected areas. They are driven there by supply reduction programs that eradicate coca in the place where they originally wanted to grow it, which
I gotta pause this real quick. Still no audio, Dev. It like pops in and off. Oh my goodness, let's join Discord with them. There we go. Let me look at your shit.
Yeah, on Discord. I mean, when I talk, it's going. Like, it says that it's on. I changed it. I switched it off of. See, it's microphone podcast.
Go to your maybe audio capture. You might have to add.
Audio output capture. Is that what it is?
Say something in your mic.
You ready?
There you go.
Working now. Or is that on Discord?
It's on Discord. It must just be only picking up your. Switch the
because it says that it's.
What's that?
It says that it's it says like.
Then it's not it's only you capturing the video or something. I don't know. If it's working on there, I don't know why it's not working on your stream.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, does it?
Let me go back to your stream. What in the world is going on?
Audio monitoring.
More conventional growing areas. And so the only reason that coca becomes a problem in terms of
Jesus fucking Christ. Dev.
Yeah.
There you go. It works. There you go. It works.
Yeah, it's working now.
Yeah. Alright, buddy. I'll pop in a sec. Alright, buddy. I'll pop in a sec.
delicate environmental spaces is because that's where growers are pushed through eradication campaigns associated with supply side reduction policies in the war on drugs.
Gebruikers van XC-pillen en zo, dat zijn vaak gewoon slimme, intelligente, hoogopgeleide jongelui. Maar die als ze op een festival zijn wel een pilletje pakken en geen idee hebben wat daarachter zit. Heel concreet betekent dat ik zelf denk dat het belangrijkste wat ik nu kan doen aan dit probleem, dat is laten zien wat de gevolgen zijn voor de natuur en dan hopen dat jongelui inzien van ja shit, dit moeten we niet willen.
Illegal drugs can be bad for the environment, not because they're drugs, but because they're illegal.
Yeah.
This is systemic. All of these products can be produced, transported, and consumed in much safer, greener ways as part of a legal, regulated market.
We'd like to congratulate drugs for winning the war on drugs.
Most definitely systemic.
La fortuna era de $205 millones. 2 noches y días enteros se pasaron estos funcionarios contando el dinero.
Holy shit.
This is the story of how the largest cash bust in the history of the war on drugs didn't actually involve any drugs being recovered at all.
La llamada Operación Dragón, sucedida en el 2007, implicó al empresario chino-mexicano Chen Li Yegon.
¿Copela o cuellos?
It's the story of how a Chinese-Mexican businessman went from being celebrated by world leaders to being imprisoned in multiple countries.
Huh.
How Las Vegas casinos used to help cartels launder hundreds of millions of dollars, and of how the drugs we take actually get made. Some stories of the war on drugs are violent, some are tragic, and some are just plain weird. This is the story of Zhenli Yegon.
Zhenli Yegon. See what he's about.
Zhenli Yegon was born in Shanghai in 1963. In the 90s, he moved to Mexico and founded several companies. In particular, the highly successful chemical importer Unimed Farm Chem Mexico. He He was a well-known figure, and it was considered a national story when President Vicente Fox personally presented him with citizenship papers in 2002.
Señor Ye Cheli.
Officially making him a Mexican citizen. But then, everything changed.
What happened?
Decomisamos más de
$50 million in cash? Holy fuck.
en efectivo, que es el mayor decomiso no solo de México, sino quizá del mundo.
In 2007, Mexican federal agents raided Zhenli's Mexico City mansion, and inside, they found more than $200 million. The money was mostly in $100 bills. There were piles of cash lining the corridors, stuffed into wardrobes, and strewn throughout the entire house. All in all, the cash weighed over 2 tons, and reportedly took the agents 2 full days just to carry it out of the house. Along with various international currencies, there was also a small arsenal of automatic weapons and 7 luxury cars. Mexican police originally reported that 175,000 Mexican pesos had also been discovered. But when journalists pointed out that video footage appeared to show a lot more cash than that figure was hastily revised to 1.5 million.
Strange.
The DEA hailed this as a major triumph, calling it the largest single drug cash seizure the world had ever seen. And
just had to throw drugs.
Jackpot for Lawrence.
Because he was a.
But what was going on here? Why was a random expat
Pharmaceutical.
businessman in Mexico City now the ultimate jackpot for the DEA? Well, through
Money.
his company Unimed PharmChem, Zhenli had been importing the chemicals ephedrine and pseudoephedrine from labs in China. These are products that go into making common cold medicines, like Sudafed, but they're also the most important precursor chemicals for making crystal meth. The suspicion here was that Zhenli was in fact a ranking member of the Sinaloa cartel, bringing these chemicals over from Chinese labs and supplying them to organized criminal groups across Mexico.
Tengo contacto con ellos, me surte todo eso, todo lo que necesito. No sabría decirles de dónde me surte, no me han dicho a mí tampoco. Yo tengo un contacto que me encarga todo eso. A eso se dedica él.
But at the time his house was being raided, Zhenli Yegon wasn't actually there. He was in Vegas. Zhenli was a big fan of high-stakes poker and a particularly valuable patron of the Sands Hotel. In fact, according to the US Department of Justice, by 2007, he was the single largest all-cash, upfront gambler the casino had ever had. And he claimed to have lost $157 million there.
Wow.
The Sands appreciated this business so much, they even laid on a complimentary Rolls Royce. What many people believe is that Zhenli's high-rolling gambling habit was actually part of an elaborate but fairly common money laundering scheme, through which organized crime groups clean their dirty cash.
He knows that he can bring cash from selling precursors for crystal meth to a Sinaloa cartel drug trafficker. Take that cash to Vegas and then get back checks that you can put into banks. And it's a check from Las Vegas, so it's kind of like something which you can cover. So it's a way of laundering money.
Under US law, casinos are meant to alert authorities when they come across suspicious activity. But not only did the Sands not report Zhenli, they actively courted him. And not just by giving him luxury cars. They allowed Zhenli to buy chips through transferring money to the casino via anonymous services in Mexico and Hong Kong, and even allowed him access to separate bank accounts usually used by the hotel to pay pilots, all in order to help him obscure the sources of the money flowing in. After a case initiated by the DEA following the Zhenli raid, the Sands Casino agreed to return $47.4 million to the US Treasury. Zhenli himself was eventually arrested by a swarm of DEA agents while eating at a small restaurant in Maryland in July of 2007. Once again, the DEA heralded this as a major success, putting out a statement that, with the arrest of Zhenli Yegon, we've apprehended not only the man behind the money, but the man behind the meth. But for all the fanfare, it wasn't long before the DEA's case began to fall apart. Key witnesses recanted their testimony, the Chinese government refused to hand over documents, and crucially, for a guy accused of being the kingpin of the meth trade, no meth was ever actually found. Though precursor chemicals were discovered in Unimed PharmChem's warehouse, these could have been part of the company's legitimate business, and there were issues with how Mexican investigators had handled the samples. A federal judge eventually dismissed the US case against Zhenli in August of 2009. But he remained in jail while trying to fight extradition to Mexico, where he was obviously also wanted.
Okay, well, there's pseudoephedrines in Mexico, but where is the meth supplier in America? Where is the contact person, you know? The judge is focused on the defective link in their evidence. And if there's criminal activity in Mexico, let the Mexican government go after him.
And this is where it gets fun. Despite having beaten the American charges, Zhenli had to try to explain why he had $205 million worth of $100 bills just lying around his house. While Zhenli admitted the money had originated with the cartels, he claimed that he'd been ordered to hide it by the Mexican politician Javier Lozano Alarcón, then Secretary of Labor, because it was meant to be used for President Felipe Calderón's election campaign.
Yo conoce señor Javier Alarcón primera semana de mayo
Shit's crazy.
2006. Y enséñame dos maletas. Yo abrí uno, es lleno de dinero, a 100 billetes. Y luego dice, ¿copela o cuellos?
He claimed that this order had come with a death threat and that it meant he should not be extradited as he could never receive a fair trial in Mexico.
No.
Y él dice, ¿por qué? Dice, ahora tú descubres todos los secretos de nosotros. Entonces, únicamente es copela. No copela a cuello. No hay otra.
The famous phrase he said in the interview was coopera o cuello, which means cooperate or you'll be strangled. And this became a big joke around that time.
Zhenli's claims may sound ludicrous, but Mexican politics is so wildly corrupt that many people in Mexico actually believed him. A poll by the newspaper Diario Reforma showed that a majority of respondents either believed Zhenli or at least didn't doubt that the government was in some way involved.
Mexico's extremely corrupt and everyone immediately has suspicion of the government. Because if the government says the sky's blue, people will say, no, it's not, it's green.
The Mexican government, again, has done a marvelous job of painting our guy as a member of the drug cartel. We have filed for asylum, so I think we're going to have a 5 to 10 year battle on that extradition request.
Zhenli managed to fight extradition to Mexico for 9 years, but eventually American courts ruled against him and he was flown back to face trial in 2016.
El día de hoy, el prófugo de la justicia mexicana, Zhenli Yegon, fue entregado en extradición. Se le considera probable responsable de la comisión de los delitos de delincuencia organizada, posesión de arma de fuego de uso exclusivo del ejército, armada y fuerza aérea, y operaciones con recursos de procedencia ilícita.
But even now, 5 years on, Zhenli Yegon has still not had his day in court. Associates of his business, including his wife, have been found guilty. But as of last year, he's still being held on remand, awaiting trial on money laundering and weapons charges.
Damn.
In 2019, the Mexican government auctioned off his now infamous mansion for 102 million pesos, or over $5 million US.
The case of Zhenli Yegon is really emblematic about the money laundering and the way that money moves in the drug trade. In the United States, some meth user spending $50 on a bag of meth and then say $30 of it going south over the border, while $20 is kept by a local dealer, $10 of that staying in Mexico being used to bribe police to pay hitmen, $10 going over to China being used to buy the precursors for crystal meth. So you see the money going through all these directions and it becomes like all money is dirty money.
To this day, no methamphetamine has actually been recovered or conclusively linked to his operations. Like the war on drugs itself, the story of Zhenli Yegon is a story of globalization. A Chinese businessman who became a Mexican citizen, allegedly working with cartels to flood the US with drugs, all while laundering money through Las Vegas casinos.
Yeah, it sure seems like a lot of this is allegedly. I mean, he got caught with a shitload of cash, 2 tons of cash, but...
And accusing Mexican politicians of high-level corruption. He's not the first, and certainly not the most violent person thought to have made millions of dollars through the illicit drug trade. But he definitely won't be the last. As long as the war on drugs continues, these global pipelines of money will just keep on growing.
We'd like to congratulate drugs for winning the war on drugs.
It was a good watch. Interesting fucking story. Showing more about corruption. Hey!
I will tell you, Director Deutsch, as a...
Did the CIA actually sell crack in the 1980s? Probably.
Former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, that the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time.
Attaboy.
For decades, the American government has been accused of intentionally flooding the streets with hard drugs. The CIA and law enforcement have supposedly been funneling drugs into the inner cities, and to the African American community in particular, as part of a covert effort to stop them attaining stability, building wealth, and achieving political power.
It is aimed at African American. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. And for the other non-African people, they should know that this directly will harm them too.
These ideas took particular hold in the 1980s with the emergence of the so-called crack epidemic. It's easy to understand how people of color may not believe the US authorities have their best interests at heart. But do these particular drug charges stick? Did the intelligence agencies actually play a role in flooding American cities with cocaine? In this episode, we're exploring whether the CIA was actually responsible for the crack epidemic and how exactly this story gained so much traction. The story of the CIA and crack cocaine doesn't actually begin on the streets of LA or Miami. It begins in the jungles of Central America. In 1979, the dictatorial government of Nicaragua was overthrown by socialist revolutionaries called the Sandinistas. In response, right-wing groups known as the Contras began a brutal paramilitary campaign, receiving money and weapons from the CIA as part of the Cold War struggle against the Soviet Union.
There's a Tom Cruise movie called American Made where they talk about this.
If we cut off the freedom fighters, we will be giving the Soviets a free hand in Central America, handing them one of their greatest foreign policy victories since World War II.
But in 1982, Democrats in Congress passed laws to cut off support for the Nicaraguan rebels. So the Contras and their CIA backers had to find new ways of funding their struggle. What they found was cocaine. By the late 1970s, more people in the US were snorting coke than ever before. Most of it imported from Colombia. In the early 80s, smokable cocaine, or crack, exploded across American cities. This proved to be a gold mine for countless organized crime groups, even those backed by the CIA.
Today, cocaine and marijuana are found throughout our society from top to bottom. And that means corruption, top to bottom, and gang war violence.
The Contras were soon linked with Colombian cartels, and in 1985, reporters Robert Parry and Brian Barger broke an almost unbelievable story. They claimed Nicaraguan rebels were involved in cocaine trafficking, and that not only did the CIA know about these activities, they allowed them to continue in order to help fund the Contras' war effort.
When Bob Perry and Brian Barger got a hold of a CIA report revealing that they were working in the mid-1980s with Contras fighting the Sandinista government, they were warned by their editors that this was not something that was going to make the people that own their newspapers very happy, and most of them ended up losing their jobs.
At this point, the CIA strongly denied that they were involved in the drug trade. But on the streets, the rumors began to spread that the government was either actively or passively allowing crack to be sold. These remained just rumors until 1996, when a reporter with the San Jose Mercury News named Gary Webb picked up the story from a new angle. Webb investigated the case of Freeway Rick Ross, who in the early 1980s was the most important kingpin in LA's crack scene, and probably America's first ever crack millionaire.
What's the most money you ever made in a day?
$3 million.
Holy fuck.
What Webb uncovered was that Ross's main cocaine supplier was a guy named Danilo Blandon, a Nicaraguan exile who funneled tens of thousands of dollars in cocaine profits back to the Contras through banks in Miami. Blandon, in turn, worked for Norwin Meneses, perhaps the biggest drug trafficker in Nicaragua, who had deep ties to the Contra leadership and was widely thought to benefit from CIA protection.
The DEA had always tried to arrest Norwin Meneses, who was living openly and raising money for the Contras, but had never been able to build a case against him, and felt like there was something about this guy that must explain why they couldn't do that he was protected, in other words. And when Gary Webb's story came along, he not only showed where the connection was between Meneses and Blandon and Freeway Ricky Ross, but he also went into all this history and unveiled how there was a very large, well-documented crack distribution ring that had operated for years, with the CIA turning a blind eye.
What's the process you go through? Okay, you're the guy on top, and where do you get your coke from?
I was getting my coke from a guy by the name of Oscar Danilo Blandon, who also was my informant. He's the guy that set me up with the police.
when I went to trial, we found out that he was what they call a Contra. The Contras was backed by the CIA, and it sparked this big investigation by this reporter called Gary Webb.
In August of 1996, the Mercury News published Webb's reports in a 3-part series titled Dark Alliance. The story grabbed attention across the US, particularly amongst the African American community, which had been targeted by law enforcement following the rise of crack.
Tell America what the story is about. It was about a cocaine ring that operated along the west coast of the United States throughout most of the 80s. And some of the money they were making was going to support an army that the men who ran the cocaine ring worked for, called the FDN. This was an army that the CIA started in 1981 and supported.
Get them,
better known to
get them
us,
doinks
most of
rolled.
us who remember news, the Contras.
This guy is amazing. The fuck is this?
Nowhere in Dark Alliance.
Gary Webb.
The CIA started in 1981.
Gary Webb's a true American hero.
Better known to us, most of us who remember news, the Contras.
How's your day going, TJ?
Nowhere in Dark Alliance did Webb explicitly assert that the CIA was responsible
Glad you popped
for the
in, just lurking, man.
let alone that they intentionally sold the
appreciated.
drug. But that was the narrative that got picked up in the popular imagination, probably not helped by the Mercury News illustrating the feature with an image of a guy smoking a crack pipe superimposed on the CIA logo. But the story took off not just due to his explosive claims, but also because of another new and highly addictive force that had begun to reshape American society: the internet. Dark Alliance was the first major piece of investigative journalism to be published simultaneously in print and online. The story went viral, getting picked up by everyone from street protesters to talk radio hosts and eventually politicians looking to attack the Reagan and Bush administrations. California Congresswoman Maxine Waters became a
Cam looks
particular
good. What
champion.
model did you say again?
As a public
Yeah, this is
elected
the
officials, all
GoPro Hero Black 8. And I know they just released the 11, which I was kind of looking at, but it's just like, this one's good right now. Works for me.
of us must be concerned.
It's just a GoPro, but it does the job, man.
Could have anyway been involved in drug trafficking.
I tried to move the bitrate to stream so it's a better stream on YouTube, but it just makes it look like shit overall.
Reaction to the story was so intense that the CIA director took the unprecedented step
You hear
of
about this
defending
story,
the
Buffalo?
agency
I know it's
at a
old
heated LA
news, but
community
it's
meeting.
interesting as shit.
It is an appalling charge that goes to the heart of this country. I will get to the bottom of it, and I will let you know the results of what I found.
How are we supposed to trust the CIA officials to investigate themselves?
Right.
What was equally shocking, though, was the reaction of America's mainstream media. Webb and the San Jose Mercury News often maintained that Dark Alliance was intended as the beginning of an investigation that larger newspapers with more resources could then continue. But what actually happened was that instead of investigating the CIA, major papers like the LA Times, Washington Post, and New York Times all attacked Webb himself. Webb was eventually hounded from his job and found himself.
It's crazy. It's almost like, oh my god, not WikiLeaks. Why am I drawing such a blank? Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden. It's another American hero that just kind of went. The American people just disregarded him.
Himself unable to work as a journalist. He died by suicide in 2004.
All three major newspapers felt complete.
But yeah, Buffalo, I actually got this before I started streaming and thought I would be able to use it as a webcam. Wouldn't work because they hadn't released any like software updates for it. When got a Logitech. Day I bought the Logitech, they released the
Completely
software for it.
Story.
So
they
now I got two cameras.
fully
It's
attacked
great.
Gary Webb with a vengeance, unlike anything that had ever been seen before, and completely attempted to not only discredit his story and frame it as a conspiracy theory, but pretty much ruin his entire reputation.
We saw a complete failure, perhaps one of the most shameful examples of how the mainstream press can operate in destroying a fellow journalist for getting at an important story. And Webb suffered mightily for this.
But as people got more and more lost in the minutiae of attacking or defending Webb's journalism, the focus on the CIA's involvement in the drug trade began to get lost. The fact that internal CIA documents held up as a good example of managing a public relations nightmare. But in 1998, the CIA's own Inspector General released a report essentially admitting that many elements of the Dark Alliance story were true. that the agency had known that people linked with the Contras were importing cocaine, had done nothing to stop them, and had even protected them from investigation.
So you had the CIA finally coming to the table and admitting that what we reported in the 80s and what Webb reported in the 90s was in fact true.
Mr. Meneses was actually indicted in 1984. He was known within, my own sources in DEA told me he was known as El Rey de la Droga, the king of drugs. He was in more than 40 files and indicted mysteriously, and people within the DEA say that it was CIA intervention that kept this sealed indictment from ever being opened.
In one case detailed in the report, when traffickers linked to the Nicaraguan king of drugs, Norwin Meneses, were busted in San Francisco in 1983, the CIA even requested that tens of thousands of dollars, which had been seized, be returned to the drug traffickers.
The CIA admitted that they knew that these guys were selling drugs and had went to the Attorney General and asked the Attorney General could they not report it because the mission that they were trying to accomplish was so big. It was a matter of U.S., what do they call it?
National security?
National security.
So wait, the CIA was allowing this just kind of to happen, the drugs to go in, and they weren't putting it there, but they were allowing it to happen and funneling the money.
That's what we believe.
This is a complex story, but let's try to answer the big questions. Did the CIA actually sell crack? On the evidence we've got, no. There were no agents with sunglasses and earpieces slinging rocks on the streets of Compton. Did the CIA work with and protect major drug traffickers? Yes, absolutely. They've been forced to admit that publicly. The real tragedy here is that as far as we know, no one from the CIA or the mainstream media even lost their jobs over this. The only people who suffered for it were the journalists who exposed the story and the millions of people targeted by the unjust and racist laws that were passed in response to the 1980s crack crisis.
We'd like to congratulate drugs for winning the war on drugs.
Gotta love that corruption, man. Ooh, this video contains graphic content. Why American cartels use American guns.
Midday in a middle-class area, and Mexico's federal police fight 7 gunmen from a drug cartel. 60 people die here every week in a war that makes Baghdad and Kabul seem tame.
Over 34,000 people were murdered in Mexico in 2020. The vast majority were murdered using guns. In Mexico, drug cartels have come to resemble paramilitary organizations, armed with military-grade equipment and able to overpower army units and take over entire cities when they need to. But where do these guns come from? How were the cartels able to amass this sort of firepower? The answer lies north of the border.
This is where the flood of drugs washes north and an arsenal of guns that are bought in the US are smuggled south.
The Americans need to really understand that any policies that are implemented in the United States impact our country.
In this episode, we're looking at how gun laws in the United States allow criminals to supply the weapons which are killing tens of thousands of people in Mexico every year. Every war needs weapons, and these are the weapons being used to fight the war on drugs.
Mary?
This is a .50 caliber sniper rifle. It's a powerful weapon that the CGNG loves to show off. .50 caliber bullets are huge. They can kill from over a mile away and even take down helicopters.
For a country so riddled with violence, Mexico itself actually has fairly restrictive gun laws. In fact, there's only one legal gun store in the entire country, which is run by the government. But those laws aren't much protection when the world's most heavily armed society is just north of the Rio Grande. The US has over 393 million firearms in civilian hands, more than the next 25 countries combined. And millions more are churned out every year by the American arms industry. And it's those guns that are flowing into Mexico.
This is a .30 caliber Browning, which shoots super fast and can shoot through armored cars. And then they have this, anti-aircraft, .50 cal.
Todas tienen relación con los diferentes delitos que se cometen, principalmente el homicidio.
These look like they're from America. America, America, America. All the guns are from America. And they've tested them out?
Sí, todas. Principalmente nada más apuntarlo para abajo, por favor.
Oh, sorry.
So the smuggling from Mexico to the United States is a two-way.
Yo, dude, how's it going, Canada? I'm doing good, man. How about you?
Taken from Mexico to the United States, you see money.
Just watching some more on drug stuff, man.
South.
It's interesting
Sometimes
as
it
shit.
could be in the very same track cars.
Got some good
that used to
stories.
take drugs up north. They used to take.
Realize how much corruption's
and
out there.
traffickers are business people. The main thing is to increase profits. So why go somewhere with an empty compartment when you can put products in it and make money out of it?
Between 2007 and 2018, over 150,000 guns were definitively traced from Mexican crime scenes to the US.
Oh, yeah.
And those are just the ones we
Glad you're doing good, buddy.
Most murders in Mexico go unsolved, and most guns go untraced. This constant flow of guns.
What do you think of the war
US
on
to
drugs?
Mexico has
Think
become
we've
known
been pretty
as the Iron
successful?
River, and its source is in the $30 billion a year American arms industry and the laws that support it.
The scale of trafficking of firearms from the United States to Mexico is undeniable. What's really made it resemble like an armed conflict is the use of rifles, AK-47s and AR-15s. They buy those semi-automatic in the United States and convert them to fully automatic. So you'll see these scenes where there's been 500 bullets sprayed, and that won't only kill the targets, but it might kill the woman driving in the car behind, the guy selling tacos on the side of the street. This is a clear case of massive firearms trafficking to a very, very violent conflict in Mexico.
There are almost 65,000 gun dealerships in the US, which is more than supermarkets, McDonald's, and Starbucks combined. And these are disproportionately centered in states on the Mexican border, like Texas, Arizona, and California. Texas alone had over 10,000. Cartels will often recruit US citizens with a clean record to buy guns for them, a type of fraud called straw buying.
But when you go and buy a gun in the United States, you have to fill out Form
Straw
4473, and you have to answer the fact you're not using drugs, you're not a convicted felon. So the idea is that if you're a criminal, you can't legally go and buy guns. But I can pay you some money to go into a shop, and you lie on the form saying the gun is for you, but really you're buying it for a drug cartel or for gangsters, for gun traffickers.
As unbelievable as it may sound, America currently has no federal law against gun trafficking. Straw buyers are rarely prosecuted for lying on a 4473 form. And even when they are, the sentences are usually relatively light, certainly in contrast to, say, drug dealing. So people regularly get more prison time for selling weed or coke than for supplying weapons to drug cartels. And that's
Seems
before
legit.
we even get to gun shows and private sales, where buyers aren't required to have a background check, making transactions such as this perfectly legal.
How much would you let these go for? I would take for that one right there. I'd take $250 out. I get that one. You guys do background checks or anything like that? Oh, okay. Yeah. I got cash in there. Yeah. I'm on. $250.
Super illegal buy.
Thank you, sir.
So you have this private sale loophole in which supposed gun collectors, hobbyists don't have
Great
to
bad
ask
guy running
for
the bathroom.
background checks or any ID whatsoever. These private sales can be in gun shows or it can be on online sales. There's a whole bunch of websites where guns are bought and sold, and this gives massive opportunity for cartels to get hold of weapons.
You can really just go online and find so many listings with private sellers. This is a never-ending list. This guy right here really has a full package of everything you need for an AR-15. It's fairly cheap also for what he's selling. 1400 is really not bad. This guy right here has a Ruger for sale. He's asking for $350. You could probably even get that even a little bit cheaper. What's up, man? You all right? What's going on? All right, just being traffic, you know. I hear you, man. Yeah, man. You have to make sure you're selling to these people that you're giving them background checks and all that stuff.
Legally in the state of Georgia, no.
Well,
in the state of Georgia, you really don't have to check anything.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
It's these guns that are being smuggled to Mexico for the cartels to fight their drug wars. And it's a bleak irony of American politics that many of the same voices that are hardest on drug enforcement and immigration are those that insist on keeping US gun laws the weakest in the developed world.
From my cold, dead hands.
The left has their rigid, radical, anti-gun agenda, and they are wanting to disarm millions of law-abiding American citizens.
You think that you now have the right
to strip me of my God-given right to self-defense. They think they can tell you can't defend yourself because something did something mean on a school.
Hitler took the guns. Stalin took the guns. Mao took the guns. Fidel Castro took the guns. Hugo Chavez took the guns. And I'm here to tell you, 1776 will commence again if you try to take our firearms.
The majority of gun owners likely support sensible rules on firearms and things like universal background check. But you have a very vocal and very powerful, influential minority. The National Rifle Association has really been a case study in having influence in Washington. They were so effective at grading politicians and saying, if you're weak on guns from our point of view, then we're going to hurt you electorally.
This political fear of the gun lobby doesn't just make guns easier to buy, it also makes them harder to trace. The federal agency that's meant to stop gun trafficking, the ATF, has been consistently and intentionally weakened by gun rights legislation. In 2019, the FBI received a budget of $8.9 billion. The DEA received $3.1 billion. The ATF got just $1.3 billion. And as crazy as it sounds in 2021, the ATF still uses paper records.
Currently, there's more than 10,000 boxes in process here. Once we cross the 10,000 box mark, GSA, who owns the building, says the floor will collapse. So we actually have 7 shipping containers in the parking lot in the back filled with records. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60,000 pages have to be reviewed until you find the right gun. I mean, I know it looks a little bit primitive, but that's how it works.
The more you get into the kind of mosaic of rules around guns in America, the more you find these kind of crazy things. If you see a car that's in a hit and run, you get the number plates, you can simply phone up and you can find out exactly who the car belongs to. If you find a smoking gun at a crime scene and you phone up the ATF and say, give me a trace, and they say, well, we can't do that. It's illegal for us to do a digital trace on this.
The ATF is obviously aware of this cross-border smuggling, but all these legal restrictions, combined with the sheer economic logic of the war on drugs, makes preventing it almost impossible. And it was these competing pressures which led to probably the biggest scandal in the agency's history, Operation Fast and Furious.
There are
Let's hear about this one
charges emerging tonight that the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms permitted, encouraged, in fact, the trafficking of thousands of assault rifles into Mexico.
This morning, the highly criticized ATF gun-walking operation known as Fast and Furious is being linked to another murder.
The Arizona office of the ATF launched an operation to monitor a group suspected of working as straw buyers, supplying guns to Mexican narcos.
For some reason I thought it was when Bush was in office.
Several of the suspects belonged to a car club. They named the operation Fast and Furious. But instead of busting the ring immediately, the ATF agents decided to watch them, hoping to follow the guns and arrest people higher up the chain. In all, the ATF watched as the group amassed over 2,000 guns, with the idea that they would follow the weapons into Mexico and use them to track down drug lords.
He's already gotten carrying another appears to be 5 boxes. Power case, Pelican, and Hardy pistol.
The only problem was that as soon as the guns got to Mexico, most of them immediately, and somewhat predictably, disappeared. And then one was used to murder a US Border Patrol agent. On the night of December 14, 2010, a group of US Border Patrol agents was ambushed by drug traffickers in the Arizona desert. Agent Brian Terry was shot with an AK-47 style assault rifle and died of his wounds. And that gun was eventually traced back as one of the missing weapons from Operation Fast and Furious.
Author of the new book, just out today, Fast and Furious, Barack Obama's bloodiest scandal and its shameless cover-up.
Their political agenda behind this entire thing was to blame American gun shops for cartel violence in America in order to push an anti-Second Amendment, more regulation.
The right-wing press used the scandal that erupted around Terry's death to further attack and weaken the ATF, and by extension, the Obama administration, conveniently forgetting that almost identical operations had also been carried out under President George.
Okay, I was thinking about this one.
Fast and Furious was a terrible botched operation. But one of the tragedies is since then, the issue of gun trafficking to Mexico was off the agenda. And over the last decade, we've seen maybe 2 million guns go to Mexico. We've seen 300,000 murders in Mexico. But it's still, nothing really being done about it.
Unfortunately, the long-term effects of the Fast and Furious scandal were probably just to make the ATF even less likely to go anywhere near investigations into cartel smuggling. Meanwhile, the drug war in Mexico has become ever more intense. The murder rate continues to climb, and the firepower of the cartels gets ever more powerful. Between 2010 and 2018, Mexican police seized 554 .50 caliber rifles.
Wow.
All but one was traced back to the US.
The police caught these guys trying to smuggle in 268,000 rounds of ammunition in a truck with Oklahoma plates. It was driven by a guy from Dallas. Over 250,000 rounds of ammunition.
Wow.
This is the kind of firepower that they have.
These are American bullets fired from American guns, killing Mexican people who are fighting over the trade routes to supply America with drugs. The old formula was the drugs flow north and the cash flow south. But along with that flow of money comes the Iron River of guns. It's the war on drugs that makes those guns necessary. And as long as the war on drugs continues, those guns are going to keep on killing.
We'd like to congratulate drugs for winning the war on drugs.
So many fun. If there's anything I've learned throughout watching this series, is the sheer amount of corruption. Sheer amount. Oh wait, hold on. Let's do this. How Mexican drug cartels make billions.
When talking about the war on drugs in Mexico, the word cartel gets thrown around a lot.
Around the cartels. To keep the cartels.
To fight the cartels.
Sinaloa, Juarez, Los Zetas, La Familia, the list of names goes on and on. But who are these organizations that have turned Mexican cities into 7 of the top 10 deadliest in the world? How did Mexico get to a point where paramilitary drug trafficking networks bring in billions of dollars in revenue, murder tens of thousands of people a year, and often operate as semi-autonomous states within the country? In this episode, we're taking apart who the cartels are and how they went from working together to killing each other.
Watch this one and then see if Dev wants to play Fortnite.
In the late 1970s, cocaine use exploded across America. The main smuggling route was straight from the jungles of Colombia into Florida, as made famous by movies like Scarface and Blow. To disrupt this traffic, in 1982, Ronald Reagan set up the South Florida Task Force, under the command of then Vice President George Bush. But for a guy who claimed to love capitalism, when it came to the drug trade, Reagan didn't seem to understand much about how business actually works. Instead of giving up their billion-dollar industry because a few shipments had been busted in the Caribbean, the Colombian cocaine producers decided to make use of Mexico's 2,000-mile land border with the US.
This is like the narco superhighway. There's actually 300 different smuggling trails right through here. There's no big wall or anything. You can just walk off into the desert with your pack full of cocaine.
There were 2 primary Mexican operators the Colombians went to. The first was Juan Garcia Abrego in Tamaulipas, head of a gang of smugglers whose roots stretched all the way back to alcohol prohibition. They switched over to the drugs trade and the Gulf Cartel was born. The other was Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo. Gallardo became known as El Jefe del Jefes, or the boss of bosses, creating probably the single most powerful organized crime group in Mexican history, the Guadalajara Cartel. One key issue to remember here is that at this point, none of these organizations actually called themselves cartels.
So you have these networks of drug traffickers across Mexico, and for many decades they're not called cartels, they're simply groups of criminals with, buying and selling and forming different alliances and partnerships. So there's a bit of discussion even exactly who coined that phrase. Was it actually the Medellin traffickers themselves saying we're a cartel, or was it actually the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, inventing the word cartel as a way to classify these groups? Now, whether or not it was the DEA who first coined this phrase, it was very useful to the DEA, because if you look at the laws, the conspiracy to traffic drugs laws, the racketeering laws, you need to have an organization. So there was an incentive there for the DEA in their communications to say, these are a cartel, it's the Guadalajara cartel, not just the Guadalajara marijuana traffickers.
What is clear is that these early Mexican groups, the Guadalajara and Gulf cartels, amassed almost unimaginable wealth and power, transporting thousands of tons of cocaine, heroin, and cannabis into the booming US market. But then they overplayed their hand. In 1985, corrupt officials working for the Guadalajara cartel kidnapped DEA agent Enrique Kiki Camarena in broad daylight on the streets of Guadalajara before torturing and murdering him. The gruesome murder of a highly decorated DEA agent was too much, even for the increasingly powerful Mexican traffickers to get away with. Key members of the Guadalajara cartel were arrested, but by this point, the organization had become too big for one man to run. From prison, Felix Gallardo organized a now legendary gangster summit in Acapulco, at which the Guadalajara empire was divided into separate, smaller cartels. The Juarez cartel, the Tijuana cartel, and the Sinaloa cartel, commanded by Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. The idea was that each of these groups would control their territory, or plaza, and work together to ensure the drugs kept flowing smoothly. In fact, somewhat predictably, what actually happened is that they immediately started fighting each other in a drug war that continues to this day.
So as the cartels develop, they have very different structures and ways of doing business and hierarchy. You have some like the Sinaloa cartel, which are more like loose affiliations of businessmen. On the other side, you have much more hierarchical pyramidal organizations like the Zetas or the Knights Templar, with more clear ranks and command structures going down.
By the mid-90s, the leader of the Gulf Cartel, Ociel Cardenas, recruited a group of Mexican special forces who defected and joined him as the armed wing of the Gulf Cartel.
So when the Gulf Cartel recruits the former Special Forces military and they become the Zetas, they really change the game of how violence plays out in Mexico. It's full-on paramilitary units, people in bulletproof jackets, metal helmets, radios, AK-47s. And then once the Zetas do that, everyone has to copy them, so it becomes paramilitarized, organized crime in Mexico.
In 2003, Ociel Cardenas, the head of the Gulf Cartel, was arrested. Without him in charge, power within the organization gradually shifted to the Zetas themselves. And in 2010, they broke away to form their own cartel, causing a massive spike in violence throughout Tamaulipas, which spread through the whole east coast of Mexico.
So you have this rising tension between the Zetas and the Gulf Cartel masters. And eventually in 2010, you have the Zetas and the Gulf Cartel breaking out into open warfare.
Hold up a sec. Thank you, YouTube, for fucking that one up. Thank you, YouTube. Yeah, Dev, this is why YouTube can be a shithole sometimes. Alright, end stream. Alright, well, we're gonna switch over to Fortnite now. That's what we're gonna do. Let's open some Fortnite. I'll come join you, Dev. Tunes, see if my YouTube came back. There we are. And we're back. Right. Let's turn on some of this. 6 up, Dev? Zero build quick cup. Oh yeah, dude. Are we gonna play that, or you want to warm up a bit? We'll warm up a little bit.
It's so gross. So much fucking dog shit.
What you up to, Doc?
Let's try this shit, bro. Wait. Oh my god, how do I use it? Oh. Oh, fuck.
There you go, Jake.
Oh god, what's going on?
Shit, that was tight,
First
bro.
blood. Jake, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What would
bud.
Tony Crivello do? Hey, who is this? I must know you. I must know you. Hey, Tony would be right by my side playing with me. You know he's a gamer.
Yeah,
Bro.
Here. It's like, oh,
We don't want that.
What's wrong, bro?
God.
Oh, I hear ya. Oh, like everything dropped. Oh, like everything dropped.
I'll put this on that. Oh shit, let's go.
Oh,
okay, we're gonna take that.
Oh god, I gotta look and see what's.
Oh shit, let's go.
Oh,
okay, we're gonna take that.
Oh god, I gotta look and see what's.
Oh shit, let's go.
oh.
We're gonna take that.
Oh god, I gotta look and see what's.
Shit, let's go.
Oh, that's what it is. I'm listening to you. Okay. And that needs to
1
be-
second, Jake.
Oh, you're good. What's going on right now? There. YouTube chat go away too? Yeah. Okay. Pop out. There we go. Let's look and see what Dev's got going. I'm gonna get a glass of water real quick.
Oh, okay. Ready up? I don't know, Jake. What do you think? Do you think I need to make my camera smaller? Or do you think that looks good? Should I get rid of the... Should I move the thing down?
Oh my god, dude. No freaking way. I just killed Manus. First try.
In Dark Souls?
Bro. I think arguably the hardest boss in the game, first try. Dad.
What?
Yeah. I just killed Manus first try. Arguably the hardest boss in the game.
Nice, buddy.
I'm so surprised I killed him freaking first try.
Uh-oh. Here we go. I haven't jumped yet.
I haven't jumped either. I was just kind of waiting for you.
Whoa. New spots. Let's just head here so I can see what's going on.
Oh, no, let's go over here, eh?
Okay. Did you already discover this spot?
No, actually, we can land here. Screw it. Land at this house.
Yeah. Sounds like a plan to me.
New spot, baby!
Hell yeah.
I think.
How do you like the new, what is it, what the hell is that?
Spider.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Spooky season, baby. Whoa, they have zombies in this game.
Oh yeah, there they are.
What? You can eat candy corn.
I don't mind this one bit. Damn, no! Dude, she's coming with a vengeance, dude. Dude, I need to get out of here now. I have no fucking weapons, dude.
What the heck is a goofy gravestone?
Dude, where'd she go? Oh, get in there. God damn, there she is. Whoa, what the fuck? Thank you. It's all she dropped?
No way.
It's literally...
No, she dropped a pump, a gold pump.
Oh, there you go.
And a shit ton of gold.
Oh, my Atlanta. This is sick. Get the coconut. Get the coconut.
Couldn't even loot that house because you just kept.
Yeah, as soon as you get into it, it's just like... God, what is that? What did that have to do with anything? That chair was like smoking or something. Dude, I have nothing. Oh, goofy gravestone.
Chickens still fly.
Willow's axe cache, don't touch. What the fuck? Get my YouTube chat up. Oh, dude, I never even changed any of my shit. Hold on one second.
On OBS or what?
Oh, just everything. Edit. All set. Oh God, where did the jack go? And I'm back. And I'm in the storm.
Oh.
Jeez Louise.
Kind of tired, Jake.
Yeah, I hear ya. Ain't good.
Someone rebooted.
Oh. Yep, they sure did. I have like 0 guns, dude. Well, I have guns, just I should say I have no ammo. Oh. And I don't have any assault. I don't have an assault rifle. Oh god. Here, buddy, you want to ride or you good?
Yeah, I do. Go.
And away we go. Big air.
Yeah, I don't know how my... I don't know, do you think it looks good, Jake? Or not really?
What, your stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks good, buddy.
I almost had him finished.
Let me go get this guy.
Nope.
What the shit? There.
Was not prepared for that. Get him, Jake.
No. I'm so ill prepared right now, it's not even funny, dude.
Stay away from that guy.
Fucking bitch.
Up in the water.
Dude, just
Nothing.
nothingness. Big old nothing burger, bro.
I died too.
I know. I know.
Okay.
I'm trying to do what I can with 6 bullets.
Yeah, you don't have a whole lot there.
Dude, I have nothing.
You know, a true Fortnite god would just battle it out and steal their weapons.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I can also battle it out and die.
No, you're gonna battle it out and win, bro. What's that chair doing? Why is that chair like sparkling? What's that all about?
Ghost. Oh, let's go.
Turn the JBL off.
Come on, give me something good. No, dude, I don't need any more things like that. I need, oh my god. Yeah, couldn't do nothing. No fucking ammo. That was ridiculous.
Oh, kill him? Okay.
How the fudge? Oh, assists? How did I get 5 assists?
Wow.
Zombies count as assists now?
Must. Guessing so.
Yeah, I would guess. If I was a guessing man.
Well, I guess that's how you do it.
Those guys that were playing, if I had any kind of weapon, it wouldn't have been that bad. I should once again say ammo.
I just kept getting cooked while I was in the truck.
Right. Hey, stop that.
So how did work go for you today, Jake?
Horrible. It was great as soon as I got there. Until Dan decided to tell me that Chad said we were going too slow. And I about came unhinged. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, Chad comes over and tells us we're going too slow every single day.
But why does he do that? Why does he think that's like the way to get got like?
Just bonked my mic.
Oh, you're good, Doc.
I don't know. Well, it's just kind of like a. Since I've been with Olympic, it's not something you take serious.
Well, no, it's when it comes through Dan. Like when Dan's like, it wasn't even Chad saying it. Dan was like, yeah, you guys need to hurry up. Chad said you're going too slow.
Oh. Then I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he is kidding, but still, I'm sure it's not even remotely serious. So I'm landing tall building.
Because, like, I don't know, since I've been an Olympic, it's kind of a running joke just to be like, oh my god, dude, what the fuck is taking you so long?
Oh, no, I get that. Like, I get when that's a joke, but...
Using some minis. There's a mini for you, Jake.
Thank you. What is going on?
The guy under us.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Get him, Jake. Loot that son of a gun.
Oh yeah.
Loot that son of a gun, Jake. Alright, let's work over to this other building, hey?
Oh, I'm on
Let's-
one tick.
I got some splashes for you, okay?
Alright, I'm on my way to you, but
And a half pot.
Splashes.
Splash Singa. Oh, I don't know what I just did.
I threw that down. Oh, thank you, babe.
Was it a shield or what?
You grab me a... Alright, come grab a Dr. Pepper, yeah. I was just getting one. Alright. Maybe I should keep that shield.
There's another shield here. Oh, there's another one by it. There's two of them up here.
Oh, there we go, yeah. Oh, did you take those shockwave grenades?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
There's minis down here. More minis!
More minis.
I might actually swap out for the minis. Now that I found 6 of them.
Yeah, it's always good to have enough on deck. Guys in here. Oh, you fucking bitch.
Dude. Oh, I hit that person 3 times. That's so stupid.
What a joke.
Let's see here.
What are you listening to?
Oh, just TikToks.
The best.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Do you want those two?
What is it?
Whopper.
Does he not want it?
Well, they're, he has them.
Well, let's see if he wants one too. Second, I got
Who?
Landon.
He has one.
Oh, yeah, I'll take one.
Unless you want to eat, you gonna kill eat 2 right now?
Landon, you gonna eat 2?
Yeah. You think he'll eat 2? You think he'll eat 2? Well, depending on what you got, I guess, so.
Yeah.
I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do for dinner.
My wife just came down with some food.
Nice. What'd she bring you?
Some TB and BK.
Oh. Rocky?
Let's do it up.
Okay. Rocky hit his.
I'm gonna go big building again.
Yeah, sometimes.
Especially when there's a key.
I landed down low.
Yeah. steps.
Shoot MEJ?
No, there's another guy around here.
No.
I think he moved his way up.
I think you're right. Alright, moving to the next building.
Yeah, I'm still moving up. One sec. I hear him shooting somewheres. No. Guess not. I guess not.
Need some shield.
Yeah, Sam. I'm running into this building here. Shockwaves.
Jesus. Oh my god, that's so loud. Oh my god. Jesus.
You got fighting happening?
Nothing happened.
Here, hop in. I'm gonna run up and get his ass.
I'm gonna pop out in 2 seconds. He's so fucked.
Oh, he's long gone.
Should we go after him?
No. We've already created enough noise over here that we're gonna have people. For sure. I need to get some fucking shields going. Oof. There we go. Little carry, come here, buddy. Alright. I think there's another. We're pretty close to the circle as well. Make sure all loaded up. I might just take that. Here, Dev, come here. Actually, rebooting.
Oh, nice. Look at that.
Look at that. There we go. You want to hop in a car if you... Oh, fuck it.
On the key.
Oh yeah, I got a key too. Let's go hit that vault.
Double vault. Up top. That's over.
Nice. There we go.
I have decided. Perfectly cut screen.
What did I grab? I think I'm pretty good. I don't even regret this explosive goo gun, but whatever. Here before we jump. Okay. Shimmering Shrine. Does that work for you?
Sure.
Try and make our way that way.
Yeah. That one's
What's that? What's this mark? Let's go there.
Okay.
I don't know what it is.
What in the world? It's a ghost. It's Goofy Ghost. It's Ariana Grande.
I could not hit them. Thanks for saving my butt, Jake.
No problem, buddy.
I want to use this shit. Can I go over here?
Oh, it's a what? Perform ritual. Oh, whoa! What in the world, bro?
Did you perform the ritual?
Yeah. Whoa, bro! I'm liking this.
What'd you do?
Here, come here, Deb.
What'd you...
Come here.
Oh, it gave me a new mask.
Why is it? Where the fuck are these cats? Did you get them? Or...
No, he's still there. He's down low. I ran out after him, but...
No, it's fine. How is he still encircled? Good, buddy.
Yeah. We want to get in on this battling over here?
Where the fuck you at?
Gotcha.
Got him?
I got one guy. Oh, there's med mist. I'm going in for it.
Damn it. Let's go.
Oh, that was not what I wanted. I thought I was chrome splashing myself. Turns out it was just
Oh, you fucking slut. Damn. Alright, I'm gonna shockwave out. Oh, that's it is. Yeah, they do have zombie chickens now. Legit.
Yep.
Dang, they're pretty ruthless. Here, come here, Duff. Oh, you're good. Never mind.
I'm good. Get in the circle.
Yeah,
That's all I'm doing. Hey, another key.
Oh,
Hey, Jake.
nice. Yeah, bud. Oh, what is
You
that?
want that? That's a rocket.
I'm going to
A
take
rocket
it.
launcher. And I got some ammo for you too if you do take it.
I am taking it. That's it. Alright.
Oh, let's go. Hi, dude. There he is. Storm was that close.
Storm is real close. Thank you, sir. Oh. Does it do quite a bit of damage, or it's kind of so-so?
Yeah, I don't really know, I guess.
Damn, next circle's on that island. I don't even see him. Oh, they're there.
I just finished him. Let's just go. Fuck it.
I like some of the new additions so far. Oh, I'm gonna chill under this dock until you get here.
Thought I was about to fall to my death.
Oh no.
This island changed a little bit. Want to take high ground with me, Jake?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna get as much ammo as I can.
Let's get that over there. See them up there? No.
Yeah, they're still there.
Are they?
Oh, come on.
Oh no. Damn it. That doesn't fit through.
Jake, I knocked one. Go. Down. Under the steps here.
You bitch. One of them is just around the corner.
Got him.
Nice. I don't know how I feel about the
We'll get you up. I'll throw you some meat. Minis.
There's a... Yeah. And there's first aid spray right there. I'm gonna use... I got one. There we go, twice as fast.
Half pot.
Oh shit. Wait, where? Oh my god.
We gotta go, Jake.
Oh shit, bro.
Got him.
I was trying to come in and do this wolf, but legit, dude. Nice. Got him. That was a pretty laid back match.
Yeah, that was a nice one. I got 7 kills.
Oh yeah, you were killing it, dude. Oh, I gotta go back to the lobby real quick, bro. I gotta eat some of this dinner. Let's do this.
Return to lobby. That was my first dub
of the day.
First dub of the day and first dub on stream.
Nice. First dub on stream, bro. That's pretty sick.
I mean, what was that? Our third game?
Let's watch us some Mogul Mail. Alright. YouTube watching. There's that. Let's watch some Mogul while I eat.
Some Mogul?
Mogul Mail.
Welcome back to Mogul Mail. Before we jump into today's story, stop. All right, scroll up. Don't write that mean comment that you're about to write about my t-shirt and my hair combo. I get it. I look like a pumpkin right now, but can we skip the insults and just talk about today's story, which is a positive one, all right? So
what do you think?
Button, we're
do you
talking
think
about
I gotta
positive update
resize
to
my
Amaranth.
thing?
If you somehow missed and this wasn't on your radar,
Or do you think
was
it looks
the
good?
biggest news story I've seen in the minute coming
it
out of
looks
Twitch.
good.
It was all over Reddit, Twitter, everywhere you could find, because Amaranth revealed 2 insane facts on a live stream. The first is that she has a husband, which is crazy, and the second was that her husband was abusive, which is crazier. And I made a whole video about it if you want to check it out.
You're eating your
But
food, eh?
Amaranth decided to go
Yes,
back
sir.
live after about 24 to 48 hours after the story dropped and after her original stream revealing all that info. And this is what happened on her first stream. which is in the starting soon screen. She wrote, "Cops are here. Cops are here. Be back later," which is a terrifying thing to read.
Right.
It wasn't anything crazy. It wasn't like a swatting. It was basically a wellness check because people were so worried about Amaranth. I believe there was like a dozen wellness checks called to her house to make sure she was all right. Because she was in the house with her husband after everything went nuts. And, you know, presumably, even if the husband wasn't physically abusive towards Amaranth, he was physically abusive towards the household. And that usually is like the gateway drug. People were concerned, did wellness checks. Turns out she's all right, and we know that because she did a stream the next day and said this.
I think that.
Did you get the mac and cheese barbecue brisket?
No.
Did you have that one?
Are you talking about from Herberts and Gerberts?
Yep.
So as of today, though, I have.
Yeah, I have. It's good.
Accounts and finances again. He's not here. He's getting help, and I'm seeking legal and emotional counsel.
She's getting help from the support group. He's hopefully out of the picture, and she has access to her accounts again. Because that was one of the main concerns and one of the biggest threats from the husband is that he's going to tear down her empire, spend all of her money that she's earned through Twitch OnlyFans, and then make sure that she can never earn a dime again. But it looks like none of that actually happened, which is good, because she should clearly have the money that she worked to earn. All positive things. She did double confirm that.
But yeah, I have access to all my accounts again. All the 2 factors, everything.
So hopefully zero grip from the husband on her life anymore and in the work that she has done and maybe will do.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom, I'll be right back.
And one of the things that was clearly apparent is how hard Amaranth has worked over the past few years, which has always seemed like weird, honestly, to me. You know, I had her on the Yard podcast and we talked about it, and I was mind blown. You make more than most people who stream, barring maybe people who have giant streaming contracts or have earned money from gambling, and yet you still grind as if you need every last dollar to survive. And her dream was always to open up an animal sanctuary, you know. And I always thought to myself, well, you have more than enough money to do that. Why not just open up the sanctuary now? You know, why not just try to save a bunch of horses now with presumably 8 figures in liquid assets and invested assets? And the answer, it turns out, is because, in part, she was coerced by her husband to stream more, work more, and do more. And this was confirmed when she talked about how she's been turning down events by other creators just to work harder.
I don't feel like I have to turn down invites to ship camp and stuff that for like the girls trip because it's not good. It's not good use of time. Good to be home getting more conversions and money.
Every streamer kind of goes through this, like, I probably can't take a time off to do something I want to do because I need to be earning money. And Twitch, in any live streaming platform, makes it very apparent that when you are not working, you are losing, right? You take a break, you go down in subscribers. It's very in your face, as opposed to maybe most conventional jobs where time off is like expected at least some part of the year, and you don't see the ramifications of the time off so directly.
So do you know how to put in the plugins for like
so
latest subscriber,
the
latest
things
follower,
that she also wants
latest
to do.
donation?
And then she also spoke about maybe like,
or do you have
the
to enter
future
that
of
menu?
doing OnlyFans and how she felt about that a bit.
I cannot remember.
I'd like to have it so I don't have to answer it.
Little Harry Potter quote there, basically saying that she doesn't have to do it as much. I assume, I don't know, I haven't talked to Amos personally, that she might continue to do it just to earn money, because, I mean, she is the highest OnlyFans creator, highest earning OnlyFans creator, so it makes sense for her to do it, but the rate that she was doing it at is absurd, and I definitely think it would make a lot of sense to take a bit of time off, which is also what Amaranth thought after doing a stream yesterday where she did a big 15-hour one looking at horses, going to dinner, then playing Overwatch 2. She tweeted out, taking a break, not sure when I'll be back, which well-deserved break. If someone streams 45% plus of their life, I'll say it. They deserve a couple weeks. Hell, give them a month. Take a month off. If Amo took 6 months off, she'd still stream more hours than me. But she definitely deserves the time off. So anyway, positive update there to anyone who might have been concerned.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. Buckle up, because I got a big one for you today. Make sure you're subscribed, and let's just
do more presets.
We've got some crazy shit going down in Milwaukee. All right, so where we'll start is you got this guy, D'Angelo Wright. He's on a drive in Milwaukee. And all of a sudden, he sees something. He pulls over and decides he's going to intervene. With the thing going down being in the middle of the road, you had a 62-year-old white man grabbing a 24-year-old black man by the neck, with the 24-year-old's family saying that he's developmentally disabled. And so with all this going down, Wright takes out his phone and he records.
Record. Let go of his neck. He's not going
Stole the bike right out of a friend of mine's yard.
Let go of his Let go of his neck.
I did it.
Let go of his neck.
I did
Okay,
it.
you're fine. You ain't gotta hold his neck.
I didn't touch it.
So the older man's on the phone with someone, possibly police, and as you heard, he claims the younger man stole his friend's bike. But then, seconds later, he appears to contradict himself, saying not the younger man, but the younger man's friend stole the bike.
This kid over here, one of his friends stole a bike right out
Oh
of
my
one of
God, what
yard.
the
Also,
fuck?
later adding that the stolen bike was green, but as you can see in the video, the bike is blue. Not that
Dude,
necessarily
grabbing
any of
a
those
fucking
details
kid by the
are decisive
neck.
if this was okay or not. It's just important
Who
to
did
add
that?
that context to this story. And actually,
Some guy in
regarding getting more
Milwaukee.
information, getting more answers, the police are now investigating the video. It went viral, people sent it, it got their attention. You even see them confronting the man at his home, with also notably at least 2 protests being staged outside his residence, demanding that he get charged and accusing him of racism and vigilante justice. Some going as far as to even compare it to other cases of white men taking the law into their own hands, like the 2020 murder of Ahmaud Arbery. And while that obviously resulted in the loss of life, it is true that it does feel like we do live in a time where, because people are recording, we're seeing different end results than we previously would. But as far as what happens here, we'll have to wait and see. And then, I'm starting an OnlyFans. Is not something I can say because I think my wife hates money and is not on board, but is something that Markiplier
watching
is
my
saying
stream?
right now. Mark, if you don't know, one of the most successful homegrown online
you're watching
creators.
something
Really, it just has too many successes to list off. But on Monday, he announced to the world he will launch an OnlyFans if his
Markiplier.
podcasts go to the top of Spotify and Apple
Markiplier
Music.
is
He claims
starting an
will feature
OnlyFans.
tasteful nudes, which, if that doesn't translate to his dick and balls wearing a top hat and monocle, I'm going to be very disappointed. But the disappointment would still be measured because
Who
he
is?
says that all the proceeds will be
Markiplier.
donated to
If-
charity, which is a cool thing, but
is
also
that?
one that
If
makes
his
sense. I
podcast
saw him go on a
hits, like,
podcast
top.
recently, and he was like, yeah, it's really stupid how much money I have. All I ask is if he does actually launch this, we don't refer to it as Mark's OnlyFans, we refer to it as Mark's Dongs for Donos. Donos means donations. I'm gonna keep workshopping the name. But with this announcement, Mark started to trend on Twitter, and then this whole situation became another thing. And it's something that gained a lot of traction in its own right, with one user tweeting, Markiplier defended PewDiePie's repeated anti-Semitism and anti-blackness, and I no longer feel comfortable supporting him. However, if you do, that is perfectly fine. Just know who you support. Good night. Right, with that, alluding or rather referencing to the incident back in 2017 where Markiplier defended PewDiePie, who at the time had made comments that led to many labeling him as anti-Semitic and racist.
And I want to be very clear about something. Felix is not an anti-Semite, and Felix does not advocate hate. And I'm not even defending the jokes that he made, because even he has apologized for some of the jokes that he did. But he, as a person, as an inherent human being, he's not these labels.
Well, of course, with this...
AC pose.
You had people going after Markiplier and PewDiePie and people defending Markiplier and PewDiePie. One of the defenses was very notable because they are PewDiePie's editor, who happens to be a black man jumping into the fold and responding. PewDiePie is so anti-black and racist that I'm still employed. All of this also resulting in a lot of people digitally groaning about this controversy, saying things like, this was 5 years ago, stop. As a victim of my past getting dug up,
What you think? That switching skins?
Oh yeah. Well, I'm just making another custom, one that I can just load up. you know?
I gotcha. Ooh. Well, alrighty then. Damn, that was 3 weeks ago that we last played with like PCB and shit. Damn, you got emotes on emotes on emotes. What you up to, dog?
Hey, with this guy. Tickets to paradise.
I do have a lot of emails, don't I?
That's not a good first shot. Tickets to paradise.
You still doing your presets, bud?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's alright.
Oh, you're fine, bud. Just gonna put YouTube on it.
Up and used against me, leave Markiplier alone, holy shit. As well as, yes, a vid from 5 years ago, and in recent times he has not done things with PewDiePie and doesn't talk about him. As well as people really trying to say that Mark saying to not send death threats to PewDiePie 5 years ago makes him a bad person. But yeah, ultimately that is the situation as it is now, and of course with it, I'd love to know your thoughts. Also, this happened while I was recording today. It looks like Mark is launching that OnlyFans. Or another way to put it is that Markiplier beat Joe Rogan with his dick. Fuck, that would be a really good title, but I would get And then, Netflix is not dead. Or things haven't been looking great for Netflix. They lost nearly 1 million subscribers over the summer because of competition. They were laying off hundreds of employees. They were shutting down offices. Also, after years of even joking about people sharing passwords for Netflix accounts, the news came out that they were going to reportedly try and crack down on it. It was also rumored and later revealed that they're actually going to launch a cheaper ad-supported plan. That is actually going to be launching relatively soon. But the big news, Netflix announced they gained 2.4 million subscribers in their last quarter, which is a huge number on its own. But here's a key thing to remember. This is double what they actually expected they were going to get. And even when they said that they were going to gain 1.2 million subscribers, people were like, are you though? So this morning you had shares going up, and it's going to be interesting to track this. Or what is the password sharing crackdown going to look like? What is the reception of the ad-supported tiers going to be? How's that going to affect the business? Who knows? But what I will say is, with them being the blockbuster killer, I think they realize they can't just do nothing. And then, I reclaim my time is not just a statement that Katie Porter uses when she's dunking on tech and oil execs, but rather it's what tons of Americans have been doing over the last year or so. With new research showing that Americans who are now working from home have reclaimed 60 million hours of their life. But according to research by Stanford University professor Nick Bloom, about 15% of the workforce still works entirely remotely and 30% have a hybrid schedule, where a lot of the time being taken back are the commute times. Most everyone reportedly getting around an extra hour of sleep. Also using that time for different types of leisure, right? Watching stuff, playing with the kids, cleaning up. And while obviously not every job can be work from home, as someone who has fully embraced it at his company, I fucking love it. Like, yeah, there are some downsides, but the positives greatly outweigh those. And of course, because I like to make every story about me, when, you know, I had my health troubles earlier.
I have to put my chat on the other side.
I gotta look at your stream. What side you put your chat on?
Oh, I haven't. I just like to see the chat. I wanted to put it closer to my actual playing screen.
I think you still have like low latency, but I think that's just Twitch in general. You ready to check it out?
Yeah, I have like almost no latency.
No, you're good. Because you already switched it.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you think the black
Like it.
things are in the way? Like, should I raise my screen a little bit so you can see like the health bar a little bit better? Or do you think it's
Yeah, it's not bad. It's fine, to be honest. Hold on. What is this?
I'm not gonna make it. I'm just gonna land here, Jake.
Yeah, I don't think I was gonna make it either. Time for some Halloween music, baby. Oh, this is gonna get copyrighted in like a second. Let's see here how long it takes. Oh, we got people here. I gotta put this on. Oh yeah, we got crown bonus. There we go.
Yeah, you were shooting.
There we go. Ooh, shoot.
Got him.
Yeah. Ghostbusters. You want to hear something crazy? Never even watched Ghostbusters.
You've never seen.
I've never seen Ghostbusters. I've never seen Indiana
my
Jones.
gosh. It's been a long time since I've seen Indiana Jones. Is that you?
No. Oh.
I seen.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. I'm waiting for my YouTube to turn fucking yellow, dude. Just waiting for it.
Why is it turning yellow?
Well, no, it'll warn you when you have copyright material, like playing.
Oh, I get what you mean now.
Yeah. So I did it earlier when I was watching Vice. That's why I was like, oh, sweet, thanks, YouTube.
There was a guy.
Where at? Oh. Gonna.
I think he might be in there. I'm not sure.
I'll go check. Watch it. What? Ew.
That's gonna hurt.
No,
maybe not.
I was gonna say if I hit you, it shouldn't be bad.
Where'd this guy go? Did he work his way up the hill to grab
Must
his?
have.
No. I don't know.
Oh, we got shots, so.
He's in the bush.
Oh, I'm going for him. Oh my god, no. What the? You fuck, dude. bitch, dude.
Dude, how?
I fucked up. I don't know why I didn't use my goo gun, like right off the bat.
I don't know if maybe I shouldn't jump. Maybe I should just run. I don't know.
No, you gotta jump, but I don't know. Just gotta time it right. Oh, get back over there, because that's gonna be... Is Thriller gonna be what gets us kicked off?
Yes. Yes.
You're telling me Michael Jackson's gonna get me kicked off. Awesome, Disturbia. Dude, Columbia Records does not fuck around. They ban all over. Like some labels will just like block it in some countries, but Columbia Records just blocks everything. So, Alvin's gonna rent out, Dustin's room. Apparently.
Oh, is he?
I guess.
Oh. I didn't know that.
Dude, I actually forgot I liked this song. This song is old as shit. Disturbia. Riri. Some Riri. There's a Fortnite creator that does a lot of shorts, and he almost like plays a character. Like he must have a voice changer, and he plays as the Venom, like Venom and shit. Or he'll have like just commentary over like videos and shit like that. It's pretty decent.
That'd be kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Hold on. Wait a second. Subscription. Where the fuck is it? Why can't you just show them in order, dude? I'd have to look up the name of the channel again. Let's go Greasy. Hot drop Greasy. Ready? Go. What other movies have I never seen? I've never seen The Godfather.
I feel like I haven't watched The Godfather like straight through, but I've seen
like parts and shit.
And parts.
Bah, bah, bah.
Oh, I'm here.
I got a shield keg. You good, bud?
For now. I got a key.
Spooky, scary skeleton. I got 2 hammers, blue hammers if you want one. Ooh. I will take the minis. Let's get that over there, that right there. Sorry for stealing your kill.
It's all good, Jake. If I can't hit him, I'm glad someone can.
I've been actually enjoying this Cobra now. It was just almost a change from the DMR and its aiming.
Yeah, I like the Cobra.
Oh, that was you doing. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, I did the freaking push.
Always feel like somebody's watching me.
That's not what I wanted to do.
What was it you were trying to do?
On top of the building here.
There's a blue hammer, shield keg, and that here if you'd want it, if not. All sorts of shit around. I do need help. Where'd you take that spray at? Oh, right here. Never mind. I see it.
Where's this chest?
Not sure.
Underneath?
There we go. Put that there.
Where was it?
I'm not sure. I never got it. The treasure might be these cases, though. Because I know those show up. Ooh. Oh, that's 2 keys for a boom. We each got keys if we want to take the launch pad and go somewhere. If you wanted. Yeah, launch pad right here.
Yeah, we can do that. Kind of looking for a sniper. Do I use the boom? The boom's kind of down.
It's honestly, it can be beneficial.
Yeah,
but
can get people out of where they're standing.
Exactly.
Be able to shoot them.
I'm thinking, where's that double? Double's right behind us. We can take it back that way.
All right, let's do it.
Fly that bitch. Oh.
Storm is a-comin'.
Come on, door open. This is where almost like one of them explosion guns would be nice. Shit. Let's go take that shit. What are you thinking, buddy? Just keep heading in.
Yeah, now I'm not really sure.
Oh yeah, I forget we weren't that far away from Storm.
We can go
Oh,
here.
there's a car right there. Throw me on it. I don't want to deal with that bitch though. I'm sure he's already gonna sense us being there. Go to this house. Ooh, they got a pumpkin launcher there. I don't know if I want it though. I wasn't having much success with it.
Take the ammo for it anyways.
Right, that way no one can use it against you.
Oh, do you have heavy bullets?
Probably. Well, let me check. Yeah, here.
Thanks, buddy.
No problem.
Oh, that was plenty.
Oh,
Hey, let's move up to this hill, or no, let's.
they're coming after us, bro. You ready? Oh, fuck me, dude.
There was another guy down there. Hey.
Yeah, someone got me good. Oh fuck, oh fuck. What the fuck, bro? There's another guy running up on him, B6. Oh, he's got the launcher. Nice, come on, get him dead. Fuck, dude.
Dude,
I
like what?
suck.
Fuck, dude.
All right, I'll be right back.
Gotta
You're good.
grab my suit.
You're good, bud. Let's check in and see what Vibe Doc is up to. What are you up to, PJ? Holy balls, dude, that's loud.
That's what they ain't doing to me.
Get over here. Get over here. Whew. Oh my god.
Back to
Big thing of soup. Great big thing of soup.
Oh, come on.
Alright, ready up. Maybe I should have switched to my hammer. No, I was out of ammo in that one too. So if when's Alvin moving into Dustin's place? Jake? There? Can you hear me? Well, Jake, it's up to you.
Alright, forward roll it.
Hey, Jake.
Okay.
Oh shit!
Think you can get my card
I
in
didn't
60
realize
seconds?
the running back. My bad.
You see my card? You got 60 seconds to get to it.
Oh god. Gotta be the hair.
Go to the right. Go to the right. Grab my card.
Oh,
40 seconds.
super
Maybe
freak.
make it. Yeah, I was eating my soup, dude, and they killed me.
Who killed you?
I know some guys that are on this island. Hopefully there's something in there. Grab those bandages. Grab that blue. Sorry, I put what the video. Zip line, baby. This place has been looted.
Yeah.
Did you know that was there?
No, I was just hoping on God it was there. Oh my gosh, I am like very.
Why do we have one person?
Oh my gosh, dude, we are a ways away.
Take the tornado.
Oh shit. Come on.
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
I gotta land and bandage up, dude. Oh fuck.
Two.
Yeah, this ain't fucking. Yeah, I know.
There's one.
Going to blaze of glory, boys. Blaze of
There
glory.
it is. Going out with style.
Going out in damn style. Fuck, dude. How far away was I? That was a ways. I was really, I had high hopes when I hit that rift, but then.
It didn't get you very far.
No.
'Cause
Oh.
Glider.
Yeah. I forgot that we readied up. Honestly.
No.
Ooh. Nightmare. Oh my god, the Nightmare Before Christmas intro song.
Oh my god, it happened again.
Oh, you got ready up, Dev? Oh, it's your eating. Are you still eating, buddy?
Nope.
Okay, yeah, you just got ready up.
I'm ready.
Beautiful. I don't think I've ever just listened to this song. doing on your phone, Dev?
Not much.
So first off, so like the latest subscriber, latest donate. Well, I guess if you want to do the donation and then latest cheer, but I'd probably just stick latest follower because you probably won't get any donations. But you can set it up if you want. But as far as cheers and subscribers go, cheers, I think you need to buy bits maybe. Or no, I don't know if that's just your soundboard or what. Ooh. That's a sick background you got there.
Got a lot of them. They're on random. They're randomized.
Oh, I know what you did. That's why. Okay, so you just stretched that. Okay, yep. I get it. Okay.
What's that?
No, that's
Or
for
on my camera.
No, I thought what you had for your border was stretched, but it's not. I thought it was
It is
something else.
stretched. Around the whole thing.
Yeah. Is that
Yeah,
for
I
a
stretched
camera? I think that's a camera one.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's what. Okay.
But I don't know.
I would change
It's really
that.
pixelate. It's
yeah,
really pixelated.
that's the only like it's weird because your stream looks really good, like your camera and your stream, and then it's just like the overlay is just like I don't know. It's not bad. I'm just saying it looks pixelated. Just being honest.
Yeah, I
That,
don't
like
know
what
how
I
to
said,
add
I didn't even notice it until I went full screen on your stream.
Oh really?
Yeah, I didn't even notice.
Oh yeah, I suppose when you go full screen with it,
Yeah.
it probably looks pretty terrible.
There we go. I gotta get back
Yeah,
to
I'm not really
YouTube.
sure. Do they have borders or?
Yeah, but not usually for gaming screens. Usually for gaming screens, they won't have. You won't put them on there.
I suppose you probably want all the surface area.
Yeah, for visibility, but like other shit, yeah, that's not a bad thing to do. Jesus fuck, dude. I am so bad at this game, dude. Honestly think I'm gonna switch back over to watching Vice after this.
No!
fuck, dude? I'm back? Damn. I was updating my stream. I guess I'm not playing War on Drugs or watching Vice right now.
Did you expect her to die?
No. I didn't expect you to.
We're gonna have guys popping up on us. Shield King!
Samuel!
What's up, Samuel? Samuel who? Got a mic, Samuel?
What is this song? It's a spooky Halloween song, apparently.
We gotta go.
Oh shit.
If you go to my marker down here, it'll boost you across.
I got a car.
I got jump pads too. If you want to use those.
I set one, but I used it. You can use them for cars too, I'm pretty sure. Oh no. Fuck me.
Uh-oh. I'll just let you pick me up, Jake.
Jesus.
Arena duos. Nope. I'd play arena duos. That sounds like fun.
What's that? Arena duos?
Arena duos. Yeah.
Whoa!
What was that?
Inconvenience. Get us out of here, Dev. Goodness.
Oh, trying to shoot the gap.
These are all Halloween party. There we go. Oh, what? Did we just shoot ourselves? Or did I just shoot us, I mean?
Yeah.
Sick, dude. Batting for a fucking 1,000, dog.
Sorry, I about killed this thing. It's going. Where are you at, Jake? Oh, you're that way? You're going that way?
No, I'm by this campfire.
gone in it.
Yeah.
Did you take it?
Did you? Oh wait, here.
I'm just kidding. Dude.
Oh, is that? If that was yours, dude, take it.
No, I have a blue sniper rifle. Take the Cobra.
Okay. I don't like this
We
one.
gotta get going though. Should I lay down?
Oh. Truck.
I'm laying down a parachute, Jake.
Taking the road here. Oh, we can hop on that. Oh no.
Yeah, we can. And I'm gonna try to hit the balloon.
There we go. I'm out of storm now. Beautiful. We should dress up and do a Halloween stream, bro.
That'd be funny. Yeah, let's do it. I'm landing at these mushrooms here. Just because there's mushrooms to jump on. Gosh, you sound like you're barely making it in. Or you're missing a tire or something. Or you have a goo gun. You have a goo gun for sure.
I got a goo gun for show.
I can hear that thing.
Oh really? I didn't even realize you could hear that.
Hey, there's a rift over here. Should we take it?
Right where?
Right here. My marker. Let's use it. Let's go to the other side of the map.
Game with that.
There's a half pot. Oh,
I definitely need that.
Take these.
There we go. Hold on 1 second. Oh man.
Let me know when you're ready.
Did I change my my Twitch thing? Oh, bro, what the fuck? Someone's shooting at me from up there. Got him.
Nice going, Jay.
Oh! Why did I stay still like that? Get behind the rock. Stand out there like a jackass. Wait, you shoot through the rock? 205 meters. Bullshit. Oh yeah. Alright, now I can change it.
Oh, what a pass. Oh.
Oh, I thought you was gonna miss that.
Let's go.
Yeah. Oh god, the Pokemon theme song? Yes. I wanna be the very best. No one ever was. The Pokemon. Oh, no, fucked it up. And there's my cause. Searching far and wide for Pokemon. That hit crew. Sounds weird. This is 3 minutes, bro. The Kaboomers. Oh my god, dude. There we go.
Monster from its slab began to rise, and suddenly, to my surprise, he did the monster mash. It was a graveyard smash.
Oh my god.
On in a flash, he did the monster mash. From my laboratory in the castle east to the master bedroom where the vampires feast. The ghouls all came from their humble abode to get a jolt from my electrode. They did the monster.
Oh, come on. That's cheap.
They did the monster mash. The zombies were having fun. The party had just begun.
You got this, Dev. Holding down the fort.
Dracula and his son. The scene was rocking, all were digging the sounds. Igor on chains, backed by his baying hounds. The coffin
I fucking love Halloween.
with their vocal group, the Crypt Kicker 5. They played the monster mash. It was a
How are you doing over there, big guy?
It got on in a flash.
Oh, yeah.
Out from his coffin.
Shut up. Ranger.
Seemed he was troubled by just one thing. Opened the lid
Nice.
and shook his fist and said, "Whatever happened to my Transylvania twist?"
Crouch.
It's now the monster mash. And it's a graveyard smash. It's caught on in a flash.
Dude, that sucks so much.
It's now the monster mash. Now everything's cool. Drax a part of the plan. My monster mash is the hit of the land. For you, the living, this mash was meant to. When you get to my door, tell them Boris said. Then you can monster mash. And do my graveyard smash. You'll catch on in a flash. Then
Oh, you got this,
monster mash.
Nice, bro. Hell yeah, way to end it. You got, dude. I'm sorry for talking earlier and telling you what you do. I didn't realize how many people were just left. I realized I was like, oh my god, it's only like 3 people. I should shut the fuck up.
Dude, that was good. Look at this.
You did well, dude. Here, let me see your screen.
He respawns?
1 kill, 1
Oh
12,
my
dude. That was a good
God.
game.
That is
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Definitely, you should ripwit your shit and then just send it to me. Or just start editing your shit too. I'm gonna return to lobby, buddy. I'm gonna switch over and start watching some Vice.
I mean, am I able to even send my stream over to you?
I can download it myself, dude. I can download your stream. You just gotta publish. So at the end of your thing, I don't know if you have auto publish on or not, but that's gonna be, that's your biggest thing right there is whether or not it's published or not, and then publish it and I should be able to download your VOD. But I haven't even had enough fucking time for myself to edit, dude.
How do you even publish it?
So
if I go stop streaming,
yeah, so you're stopping right now?
should I?
I mean, I wouldn't. I just keep going until you're done. When you're done, it doesn't even matter if you don't publish it or not. Because you won't be able to look right now.
Oh my
have it on
god.
or not. What?
Nothing. I get into the fight, instantly die.
Oh god.
Instantly sweep grumpy and freaking.
Instant. Yeah, I'll check it later and download it.
Oh, you can do it for me because I'm your moderator now?
Yeah, I should be able to. I won't be able to, I won't know your settings or anything. You'd have to like make me a channel editor or something, I don't know. You just have to go and look at your video or your video producer or whatever it's called in Twitch. Where were we?
The national drug law and
Alright. Hey, I completely forgot that. I completely
We were
forgot.
talking in Fortnite.
Yeah. Like, I kept talking and I was like, okay. I was like, alright, dude.
Wow, Devin's ignoring me.
Yeah. Then I was like, oh wait. I exit out of Fortnite.
My B.
My bad. But, alright, buddy, you're gonna continue on. I see you. What you got going on? You eating soup?
Mm-hmm.
Eat some soup.
Poured myself another half a bowl.
Nice. What did you ever try out that game? Whatever it was called on Fortnite. What the fuck is it?
Oh no.
Fortnite Mares games. Yeah. We should
We can check it out.
Yeah. Well, I'm not doing it right now, but we'll check it out here if you want to check it
Yeah,
out.
I mean like later.
Right.
I swear to God.
But I'm just gonna.
Yeah, so you're able. I guess
you
what
wanted-
you're saying, you cut out after, like basically right when you first started talking.
About the video producer and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might have to switch me to like editor or something in order to do that, but.
Can I look up how to do that?
Oh, you should just be able to. Just after you get off stream, if you wanted, just publish the video, and I should be able to.
So you're saying if I end my stream right now?
Yeah, it might even just publish itself.
Okay. Stop.
Because I had to shut my auto publish off because there was. What the fuck was happening? I can't remember what was happening.
Were you getting like reruns or something?
No, I can't remember what it was. Oh, it was just in case I accidentally went live, it wouldn't publish it.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, so that way, like, if I was in the middle of doing something, I accidentally hit my hotkey, it wasn't like
a big deal.
right. But yeah. Cha, boy. Cha.
Alright, I stopped stream,
Okay.
so I don't know.
I
don't
swear
know
to God, the
if you know.
Bed of Chaos is like the Mick Lash of Dark Souls.
Probably.
Channel.
So yeah, you'll go to your creator dashboard or your video producer, I think. No, video producer.
All videos. It says I have no videos.
Dude, I didn't run all the way over here again. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Let's go to your channel. Oh, it's doing it again. Yeah, so you go to your video producer and it'll show it right. It should say
I suppose you're
publish.
still on. You can still see my Discord.
Oh, yeah, I suppose I can do that too.
So, okay, I'm in. Second. Go to.
Okay. Now go to the top right. No,
Top right?
Yeah, click that. Or I guess, oh, you're already in it. It should be on the left, Stream Manager. Somewhere it might say Video Producer. No, on the left. Hey, hold on, I gotta look at mine and see where it's at. Sorry. Your dashboard. Go to Content. Click on Content. It's gonna be the top one. Video Producer. Click on
I'm
that.
already there.
Yeah, and then just publish. Then just publish.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything. All videos. Yeah, do you see what I'm looking at?
Wow, really? You just gotta do that?
No,
Yeah, I don't think it did anything.
What the fudge? Oh, I gotta click on Discord again. Yeah, go to Content.
Content.
Click on it. Go down to, yep, you're just on it in the Video Producer. What?
Publish all videos.
Yeah.
Unpublish. Unpublish. You are about to unpublish all your videos. Depending on the amount of content, this action may take some time.
What in the world, dude? You just got done streaming. Look at your Stream Manager. Yeah, see, so now go to your... Why don't you have like host or raid or anything? Well, no, you don't have to go to your Stream Manager. Do you have it all set up?
I don't. Maybe not. I don't know.
You were live. I could see you.
Yeah, I had it all set up.
What is it? It's your analytics or something. I don't know. Something like that. Let me see. Channel analytics and stream, and go to insights and click on stream summary.
Okay, there.
No.
How do you get your stuff to?
I think Ava and Mikhail are looking to play. Go to your insights, stream manager, or not stream stream summary. Yeah, it says you streamed. You had 7 live views.
Yeah, so why are they not
I
popping
don't
up
know.
in?
You gotta look into that. I truly don't. That's weird. I really don't know. Alright, you want to mute yourself and put yourself on like push to talk? Or I'll just leave. Here, actually.
I can put myself on push to talk. Well, I might be getting off. We'll see.
Alright.
I just don't know what the heck. Do I do unpublish all videos?
It doesn't even show a video there.
Successfully started because you went from publishing all your videos to unpublishing all your videos.
Yeah. I just don't even know why it doesn't show anything there. Click. Oh, I really don't know. But I'll take one more look here and see. That makes no fucking sense. Really gonna make me search through all my. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's not.
So weird.
But now, all right, buddy, I'll hit you up here. If
All
you're
right,
off, you
sounds
just
good.
throw my stream up on the side.
Yeah, I will.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, we'll talk to you later.
All right. All right, let's continue watching this. Watch the opioid crisis sweeping Africa.
The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has intercepted a container load of tramadol in Lagos.
The Nigerian
Tramadol.
Customs Service has destroyed smuggled tramadol valued at 168.3 million.
Tramadol,
Over the
really?
past decade, while the world has been transfixed by the horrors of the opioid crisis tearing apart communities in North America, another opioid crisis, at least as serious, has been unfolding, almost unreported, across Africa. Tramadol is a synthetic opioid about 10 times weaker than morphine. It's commonly used by doctors to treat mild pain, with tens of millions of prescriptions written each year all over the world. But right across Africa, non-medical use of tramadol is exploding.
What?
In 2013, 300 kilos of illicit tramadol was seized across the continent. By 2017, that had rocketed to 3 tons. UN figures indicate that opioid seizures in Africa now actually account for 87% of the global total. But the situation with tramadol in Africa is far more complex than it first appears. The first thing we have to understand is who is using the drug and why.
If you look at the data, farmers, fishermen, and those in laborious activities dominated in terms of the consumption of this particular drug. A lot of this work involves a lot of staying up for long hours.
Moi, je consomme le tramadol. Je fais dans les puits d'eau, les fosses et les puisoirs. Il y a des zones où je pars à 20 mecs. Oh oui, 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 c'est vraiment un travail. C'est un travail risqué parce que, bon, quand je prenais un comprimé de tramadol, je transpirais, je travaillais, je ressentais pas la fatigue. Peut-être faut toujours bouger le corps. Je suis forcé peut-être à faire quelque chose. Je n'ai pas encore senti le désir d'arrêter. Et je me dis même peut-être que le jour où je serai dans un cercueil, j'aurai peut-être un comprimé dans une poche. C'est ma veste. Donc c'est un peu ça.
Wow, dog.
But while the majority of users are taking tramadol to help them cope with hard labor over long hours, it's also spilling over into youth culture, with people often mixing the pills with energy drinks, or more dangerously, with alcohol, to use as a party drug or aphrodisiac. And this is perhaps the source of the moral panic that seems to be sweeping across Africa around tramadol. When the Nigerian rapper Olamide mentioned the drug in his song Science Student, a reference to mixing up chemicals, it was immediately banned by the Nigerian National Broadcasting Commission.
J'ai un ami qui prenait vraiment. Bon, pour lui, il prenait juste pour se faire plaisir. Mais lui, bon, il a été au niveau où il arrivait à l'overdose.
So much tramadol has been used in Africa that there are now concerns that it's actually affecting local ecosystems. In 2013, a French Cameroonian team discovered tramadol present in the roots of the plant Nauclea latifolia, which is widely used in traditional African medicine. This sparked a wild round of speculation. Either a synthetic man-made chemical created in a lab happened by complete coincidence to also be naturally occurring in the roots of this plant, which would be almost unheard of in scientific history.
For me, it was a mental, let's say, revolution as a scientist. For me, there was no former experience or even in the literature of any kind of similar parallel.
Or it could mean that people in West Africa were taking so much tramadol that it was now seeping into the groundwater through their urine. Due to the vast scale of this issue, there were even theories that it must mean farmers were feeding tramadol to their cattle to help them cope with harsh conditions. Given the difficulty of gathering accurate data on drug use in Africa, the jury is still out. But one thing's for sure, this problem is serious and widespread. Many African countries seriously lack proper provision for drug treatment services. States like Cameroon are reported to only have one rehabilitation facility.
What?
Meanwhile, many African governments are scrambling to crack down on tramadol, most using the old war on drugs methods of repression and restriction. In 2017,
I
Egypt
used to
formally
stream and
lobbied the
record at
UN
the
to
same
place
time,
the
but
drug
not
under
anymore.
international controls,
I just
with the same
will usually
restrictions
rip
as
my
morphine
VODs.
and other medical opioids. These methods have failed to contain illicit drug use in pretty much every other context they've been tried. And West Africa already seems to offer a fairly clear lesson that this region will be no different.
In the case of Nigeria, what they did was ban the medication, introduce very punitive measurements. If they arrest you, you go to prison for more than 10 years and above. What we saw in Nigeria happening was that immediately the trade went underground, creating a huge black market. However, Nigeria sought to use a different method, and they couldn't actually address the problem. What they did was to magnify the problem. Ghana, over time, has adopted a very collaborative or coordinated approach in addressing a specific issue concerning drug consumption in its country. So what Ghana has done is to kind of look at the problem and see in what dimension could it be addressed, and probably propose activities to be able to address the challenges by doing a lot of education, engagement with the community members and all that. And what Ghana also did was to kind of review its law. So as we speak now, Ghana currently has a new narcotics law which has sought to remove the aspect that sends people who use drugs to prison. So that is why, as advocates, we have always said that governments will need to begin to look at the drug policy holistically by approaching it from all angles, as a development issue, as a health issue, as a human rights issue, and also, above all, we need to be humane in trying to address most of these challenges.
The main repressive strategy being deployed across Africa is to restrict the supply of medical tramadol so that it can't be diverted to the criminal market. But there are two major problems with this approach. The first is that the war on drugs already restricts the supply of medical morphine across the global south. So for millions of people in Africa, tramadol is the only option they have for actual pain relief.
Because when we did the interviews with health workers, they admitted that tramadol was the most potent pain-relieving medication for post-surgery.
Oh, hold on a sec.
You are welcome. You're so welcome. Anything else? Anything else to add? I hope you don't fuck one of your wives later. Get rid of these spics. I'm not gonna say this out loud. You're gonna get mad. Fucking yeah. I can't figure out how to turn like out loud. Yeah.
Corey was there.
A change for nostalgia.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
I know, Cage.
I know. This is great.
I know.
Yeah. I've seen this happen before, and it's kind of happened to me. Not as much. This like the first time it happened, it was only like a couple of guys, but like, and it was like a couple of messages, and thankfully somebody got rid of it. But yeah. You guys are doing good.
I saw this earlier today at work, and
good people everywhere, right? Great people.
I couldn't believe it.
puddles in Africa through your flat noses.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah.
I know. I want everybody look at this. Look at this. Look at this racism. This is
class act, Buff.
This is what we live in. Motherfuckers can't even stream and play video games.
Class act, dude.
Yeah. Man, it's not,
I love
know,
you, Buffalo.
right?
I'm sorry you had to go through this, man. I'm sorry you had to do this. Had to go through this.
Why aren't I scratching my armpits? It's because I'm busy edging, thinking about your wife's feet. That's why I'm not scratching my armpits, you retarded cunt.
He did, dude. I wouldn't be able to do this. I would have ended the stream. I would have ended the stream.
Look at him, Corey. Look at him. Look at him. They feel good about themselves, man. I was gonna watch some videos. I was curious about this PlayStation. I was starting to transition over to
Shit was crazy.
PlayStation 5, but no, this is far more juicy.
Yeah,
do
exactly.
Tell me, racist white people. What else do you have to say about me?
That's it. I can't watch it anymore. Buffalo, the way you handled the adversity in your chat, I applaud you, dude. I'm sorry you had to go through that. I really, really am.
It is a shame, man. I talked about it at work today. It was so like, what the
I
fuck?
can't believe that happened. I can't believe someone in their right mind would think it's okay to go to your stream and do that. I'm not apologizing for them at all. I'm not apologizing for anybody. In fact, I'm going to do what I can to show Twitch that these people should not be allowed back on the platform anywhere.
Definitely just seemed like a lot of trolls. Like just trolling.
And if
trolling
I
for
find them
reactions.
in my chat or in anybody else's, they're getting reported. So, yeah, exactly. That's all they were doing, just looking for reactions. And I'm sorry that Buff had to go through this.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Sucks, man. Sucks that you even have to deal with that kind of shit.
You're strong.
Yeah, Buff,
Proud
you
of
the
you,
man.
Buff. Proud of you, man. I'm
Alright, Frisky.
sorry you had to go through this. Well, Cage, let's go on.
Alright.
Play some fucking Fortnite.
Oh yeah.
And just try to be better people. So that's all that we can do is be the best people that we can be.
Damn right, man. Damn right.
Yeah, I can't fucking believe that happened. I can't believe it. Oh my god. Well, I'm gonna do something with Twitch and have those assholes banned for eternity on this platform. Yeah, exactly. Treat someone how you want to be treated. What was the point of all that? I think Buffalo said perfectly. I hope that when you look back at what you did tonight, that you're happy, that you're proud.
Right.
Because that's what it comes down to.
And after pain medication for people who were probably cancer patients and all that. So if you ban this, it's going to be like morphine. How now it's difficult for pain management officers to be able to access morphine for their patients. And that is going to create a very serious toll on Africa, because that is one of the best pain relieving medication we have as a continent. If we seek to ban or schedule tramadol, what is going to happen is that I think that you are indirectly criminalizing pain, because people will have to suffer with their pain without having access to tramadol to be able to address their pain. So if you ban it, Africa will bear the toll of the problem in terms of availability and accessibility of pain medicine.
But there's another, even more serious problem with trying to fight tramadol by restricting medical supply. And this is the big twist in the story of the African opioid crisis. Most of the tramadol doing the rounds on the streets of Lagos, Dakar, and Accra isn't actually tramadol at all.
There were reported cases of people collapsing, people going into seizures and all that. And that is not traditional reaction of tramadol consumption. Lo and behold, from the analysis, we saw that many of these were just substances that were probably put together by some of these labs coming from China, passing through to the region and trafficked into the country.
Ultra-cheap generic pills labeled tramadol are being produced in labs, largely in China and India, containing any number of synthetic opioids and other dangerous chemicals. They're then smuggled by the billion through West Africa's corrupt seaports and porous borders, creating an extraordinarily dangerous situation where people simply don't know what they're taking and can end up dying as a result. The problem here is that while drug enforcement strategies are aggressively pushed across Africa by the international community, medical fraud, which is really what's happening here, doesn't carry nearly the same political weight as an issue. And this is despite the fact that the World Health Organization estimates that fraud in anti-malarial drugs alone might cause up to 267,000 additional deaths in sub-Saharan Africa each year. Disturbing reports are also emerging of how the trade in so-called tramadol feeds into terrorism and local insurgencies.
I don't know exactly how many people I killed. I was asked to slit their throats like sheep. I cut the throats of more than 20 of them. That's why I deserted.
Ibrahim says he was taking tramadol, a powerful painkiller, and the jihadist drug of choice.
We were under the influence of drugs, which we took as medication, and we were also given injections. Sometimes they made us drink date juice, but we quickly realized that it was not date juice, because we were possessed afterwards.
The link between tramadol usage among terrorist groups in West Africa has been an interesting conversation lately. What was happening in the case of Boko Haram was that a lot of these young ladies and gentlemen are fed with tramadol. And so that is why a lot of them were able to do those kind of atrocities.
Yeah.
West Africa stands at a crossroads in dealing with its opioid crisis.
Not really fully.
It can try to
in the
crack
right
down,
mind.
following the same war on drugs policies that have failed in the US and in so many other places across the world. Or, just maybe, West African governments might examine the evidence, learn from the mistakes made in the West, and end up leading the way to a more rational, effective, and humane approach.
Could only hope.
We'd like to congratulate drugs for winning the war on drugs.
Man, I never thought tramadol would be so big, but money to be made, money to be had.
Crooked chemists in California are making synthetic drugs, heroin without poppies, cocaine without coca leaves, homemade designer drugs of immense power. The new drugs can be so potent that a smudge of the undiluted product on a fingertip could kill a man.
Back in 2012, there was a series of stories that by the mid-2020s, we would all be using 3D printers to create our own drugs at home. Our laptops would become our drug dealers, the police would be powerless to stop it, and the war on drugs would simply die away in the face of a generation of computer nerds coding their own cocaine. Flash forward a decade, and this prediction looks increasingly like it's going to turn out to be complete nonsense. Today, at the risk of looking stupid in a few years ourselves, we're going to think about what might happen next in the future of drugs. For the last few thousand years, most of the drugs humanity has used, from cannabis and cocaine to heroin and alcohol, have had one thing in common. They're all ultimately made from plants. But this might be about to change. Perhaps the most dramatic transformation we may see over the next few years is an increasing shift from plant-based to entirely synthetic drugs.
Synthetic opioids such as fentanyl have completely transformed the US opioid market. The Mexican drug traffickers decided that it was a lot cheaper to import fentanyl from Chinese labs and put that in heroin deals instead of actually heroin because you got a lot more bangs for your bucks, and resulted in huge increase in the amount of people overdosing from drugs.
Hold it down to literally 2 overdoses a month. And the rate I'm going, I may not see 32.
Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid roughly 100 times stronger than morphine. Its analog, carfentanil, is about 100 times stronger than that.
Some of these people died so quickly that they hadn't got time to pull the syringes out of their arms. And carfentanil was 10,000 times stronger than heroin by volume. It's so potent that it's impossible to use safely on human beings, and you can get enough under your fingernail to kill you.
These are the drugs that have been driving the horrific rise in drug overdoses.
What's the difference between that and fucking...
And this development was not unforeseen. The researcher G.L. Henderson predicted the growth of fentanyl and its analogues in a paper all the way back in 1988. Perhaps if politicians had listened to experts instead of hysterical media reports, hundreds of thousands of lives may have been saved.
Yeah, like arsenic. Oh my god. Why do they keep saying arsenic?
But that's not how the war on drugs tends to work. And when it comes to the rising tide of synthetics, authorities are still largely turning to the same failed methods of control.
What's happened recently in the last couple of years, the US have put pressure on China, and now China has clamped down on the production of fentanyl. But all the Mexican cartels are doing is that they're now receiving the ingredients that are used to make fentanyl, and they're getting trafficked over from China because Mexicans know they got some very talented cooks there, very highly rated, and they can literally make anything.
This is one of the fundamental dynamics of the war on drugs. As governments try to clamp down on a particular substance, the dealers shift to stronger and more dangerous versions of that substance.
Carfentanil.
We see this exact same pattern in the development of other synthetic drugs, like spice and bath salts, that have attracted so many media horror stories over the past few years.
There was a time when methadone and synthetic cannabis were actually quite decent drug. Ever since those drugs were banned and banned and banned, and the more extreme their replacements became, the market is being flooded increasingly with cheap, highly profitable chemicals that are easier to manufacture, so you don't have to wait for these things to grow in a field, and they don't really seem to be caring about their customers sort of dropping dead.
With drug deaths in the US at record highs, the thought of ever more powerful synthetic opioids pouring into this market is pretty terrifying. But there do seem to be some indications that in the US, some of this danger might actually be starting to hit home. It was America that first initiated the global war on drugs and has been forcing it on the world ever since. But somewhat ironically, it's also in America that people now seem to be beginning to reevaluate the whole drug war itself.
So this total normalcy now for marijuana is such a contrast to back when I first had some involvement in the war on drugs. And one of the important points to note is that as legalization of pot has proceeded, the sky has not fallen. Medicinal marijuana is now legal in 34 of our 50 states, and of those, 15 have also legalized adult use. All the things that people were so ostensibly afraid about, like teen use, traffic accidents, those just have not borne out. And the money from the tax revenue is rolling in.
Since its very beginning, drug prohibition in the US has been built on prejudice. Drug enforcement has become the main vehicle through which racism is expressed in criminal justice. And this might be another darkly ironic factor in why the US may now be starting to wind back the war on drugs.
Certainly the opioid crisis, a lot of the victims of this are white. They are often the children or relatives of white voters. And as long as drug problems could be seen as an inner city minority problem with people who mostly don't vote, the larger voting population could pretty much ignore it. But suddenly this is coming home to a lot of middle-class white neighborhoods.
If the momentum of this winding back of certain aspects of the war on drugs does continue, it's going to have profound impacts across American society, in terms of racial justice, economic equality, and not least in fundamentally reconsidering the role of law enforcement.
This militarization of our police that has been going on since the late 1990s. 1998 was something called referred to as the 1033 program. And under this, the U.S. Defense Department gives surplus military battlefield equipment to local police and sheriffs. Now, I didn't see much of this kind of thing when I was with the Army in Afghanistan. So you get these military wannabes, mostly poorly trained, and they start seeing themselves as an occupying army. And the result has been a lot of people get killed. You know, you don't need a battering ram for community policing. President Obama, through an executive order to put a few restrictions on this, such as no grenade launchers. President Trump, by another executive order, removed those restrictions. Well, one of his first acts as president, Joe Biden, by executive order, reversed the Trump decisions. And now we're back to Obama. I see that as a step in the right direction, but what is really needed is statutory change, just simply to get rid of this program.
These developments in the US are significant, but they're also just the very first baby steps in ending the war on drugs. Decades of just say no propaganda, racist law enforcement, and mass incarceration are not going to go away overnight. But there's also the entire rest of the world to think about. While potential legalization in the US might have profound effects on producer and transit countries in Central and South America, Europe may well be slower in its pace of reform because of differences in the structure of political systems.
Countries such as the UK and other countries in Europe, they're not made up of lots of almost autonomous states like they are in America. Cornwall in the UK can't suddenly decide that it wants to legalise weed. It simply just would not be allowed to do it, nor would Corsica in France, whatever.
And while Europe may lag behind the US, there are also plenty of countries consciously moving in the opposite direction.
If you do drugs in my city, I will kill you.
Opposed to any reform of drug laws and ramping up their enforcement with ever harsher regimes, which will very likely have similarly disastrous consequences for their own citizens as prohibition has had in the West.
In sort of 10 years' time, if that keeps on happening, you will have a completely and utterly divided world where one side of the world is completely anti-drugs and the other side of the world is legal drugs.
The drug trade follows the same trends and shifts as any other major global industry. And almost no shift has been more important in world trade over the past few decades than globalization. That means that Europe may well soon be facing its own synthetic drugs crisis, but a very different one to what's currently tearing America apart. Europe might be about to discover crystal meth.
What's happened is that Mexican chemists connected to cartels like the Sinaloa cartel have been found in laboratories in Holland. They're teaching the Dutch how to make cheaper, stronger, better, faster crystal methamphetamine. They're making shards as big as your arm, so you've got chunks of crystal meth this big, you know? Yeah, most of this is actually being exported currently to Australia and Japan. Proper crystal meth is $300 Australian a gram. Now this is walking out the factory at $13 a gram in Holland. So you're looking at big markup, even a small bit.
Mexican cooks teaching Dutch chemists how to make pure methamphetamine for sale in Asia is an interesting globalization story in itself. But it seems grimly inevitable that with this much meth being produced in Europe, local use will start increasing. And once again, this is tied to larger economic realities.
People are losing their jobs everywhere across the EU. There's a huge uptick in precarious jobs with 0-hour contract, and as the economic downturn inevitably follow the COVID-19 pandemic, I can definitely see crystal meth use increasing. And there are pockets of it emerging, just pockets in the UK, man. But it is inevitable, I think, that this drug will gain in popularity simply because of its price, its efficacy, and its availability.
This last point also brings us to the other great inescapable transformation of global business over the past 2 decades, the internet. While 3D printing our own drugs at home may be a while off yet, technologies like the dark web are undoubtedly changing how people buy and sell drugs. And that trend is only going to continue to grow, no matter what moves the police try to make against it.
The innovation in darknet markets is already here, and we've seen that with the rise of the Televen services, a series of bot agents that are layered on top of the Telegram app in your phone. The Bitcoin payments and the encryption and decryption of all of the back-end stuff is now done by a robot, and very quickly, in like the space of like 5 keystrokes, by any amount of any drug that you want to be delivered to your house in the next day or two, in most countries in Europe. Yeah, it's 2021 and you can buy ecstasy for robots. I think that's something like progress.
So we've got Mexican cartels in the Netherlands pouring meth into Europe, a world flooded with ultra-powerful synthetic opioids, and people buying crack from robots over the phone. All while the US is seemingly starting to reconsider its approach to the war on drugs. If the 100-odd years of the war on drugs teaches us anything, it's that the more that things appear to change, the more the underlying patterns stay the same. People want to use drugs, and when governments use force and repression to stop them, it never, ever works. And it's pretty much always the poor, marginalized, and vulnerable who suffer the most.
We'd like to congratulate drugs for winning the war on drugs.
People wonder why people use herb, but herb is a very spiritual plant. You know?
Right, well,
Cannabis is by far the most popular illegal.
This is how we legalize weed. Oh. Let's see how we do it. How are we going to legalize weed? Jamaicans are worried foreigners will take over the ganja market. Yeah, I'd be
People
worried.
wonder why people use herb, but herb is a very spiritual plant, you know.
Cannabis is by far the most popular illegal drug in the world. The plant has been consumed for medicine, spiritual enlightenment, and plain old relaxation for thousands of years, and has become a ubiquitous part of international culture. By most measures, it's also considerably safer than many illegal drugs, including alcohol. Cannabis
And carfentanil. Jesus Christ. Just learned about that stuff.
legalization is probably inevitable, and it should be. The current system is failing. But there are pitfalls and complexities involved in that process. We have to get legalization right. And in this episode, we're looking at exactly that: how to legalize and regulate weed in the best ways possible. The war on drugs has failed with cannabis in similar ways it's failed with every other drug.
If you go back 100 years to how we got into a war on drugs at all, it had almost nothing to do with the substance itself. And it was always enforcement. It was punitive. Fast forward to 1937, marijuana. That was a combination of people in the U.S. Southwest concerned about Mexicans. And hey, they used marijuana, so let's do that.
Millions of lives have been ruined by cannabis enforcement, billions of dollars have been accumulated by organized crime, and the relatively few people who have suffered adverse reactions to it have often been unable to receive the help they need. Meanwhile, despite being illegal throughout most of the world, weed is now more popular than ever, and more socially accepted as a part of many people's daily lives. 52% of Americans have tried it at least once, and 1 in 10 Europeans report using it in the past year. Canada and many states in the US have now legalized cannabis for both medical and recreational use. The
Yeah,
idea
right.
of cannabis legalization can bring out some very strong opinions in people. Opponents freak out that it will spell the end of civilization, while advocates claim it's the magic bullet that will cure all of society's problems. Obviously, both of these extremes are a bit silly. In 2018, Canada became the first major world economy to fully legalize and regulate cannabis, following on from several states across the US. Justin Trudeau won support from Canadian voters by focusing on cannabis legalization as a public health issue, a way to remove the market from criminals.
You're decriminalizing possession, but you're not creating a legal framework for producing it, then it's still going to be organized crime controlling the sale of marijuana. We don't want that. We want to get the profits out of there. We want to make sure that we're protecting underage Canadians from being able to purchase marijuana.
This is the essential logic behind almost all legalization. But
Right.
thanks to the war on drugs, criminals have been making a lot of money off selling weed for a long time. And they're not just going to give that market up overnight.
Le marché appartient à certains gens, là, certains groupes. Là. Deal avec ces gens-là.
C'était qui ces groupes-là?
Des groupes, des pas fins. Ben, si tu veux savoir, des pas fins. Là. C'est eux autres qui contrôlent quasiment tout et nous qui rapportent la dope. Ça fait que cannabis, drogue, anything qui est drogue, là, related, whatever, whatnot. Tout le monde sait que si tu fais ça jusqu'à un certain degré, ça, c'est les gens avec qui tu deals.
Puis là, il y a la légalisation qui s'en vient éventuellement. Penses-tu que cette mainmise-là du crime organisé va changer?
Ça va le faire, mais ça va prendre bien des années.
There has been some criticisms of the reforms in Canada that, you know, there is still a significant illegal market there. 2 years in, less than 50% of the market is legally regulated and taxed. 50% legal, regulated and taxed is better than 100%
Right.
illegal, completely unregulated and completely untaxed. So we are still in the rollout phase. And this is something that is going to take a number of years before a more long-term equilibrium is established.
But while the legal market inevitably takes a while to establish itself, we should also acknowledge one pretty important fact. Contrary to what many drug warriors predicted, places like Canada and Colorado have not descended into post-apocalyptic zombie wastelands because a few legal weed shops have opened. There's been no sharp increase in road accidents, other forms of criminality, or mental illness. One of the main bits of fear-mongering that opponents of...
I don't know, you ask some people and they just think everyone's dumb now. Had a conversation with my aunt and uncle where they were trying to say that, oh, all these people now are just so dumb and start talking like this. It's just like you are the silliest people I've ever talked to.
Cannabis regulation like to scare people with is that if you legalize weed, there'll
Silly
be a sudden
ideology.
explosion in its popularity. But when we look at the evidence, this simply hasn't happened.
There's no explosion of use. If anything, youth use has stayed level or in some places gone down. Adult use tracked up a little bit immediately after legalization, but then came down again a bit. There hasn't been any particularly significant changes at all. But then in Canada, you know, cannabis was pretty easily available anyway. There's always this assumption by some people in the legalization debate that when cannabis is illegal, it's very hard to get, and if you legalized it, it would suddenly be incredibly easy to get. And that's just clearly not true.
But while overall use hasn't exploded in legal markets, regulation does seem to allow better control over who is buying and using weed.
If you're not old enough to go to the stores, but there is less illegal cannabis available, then yes, availability will go down. But given that that's one of the things that legalization regulation is trying to achieve, that's actually a good thing.
This is
Alcohol is still legal, but people still sell their own wines, their own moonshine, stuff like
really
that.
crucial. One of the biggest worries around cannabis is the
illegal
potential
market.
effects of heavy use on mental health, particularly for young people as their brains are still developing. However, while heavy use of high-potency cannabis by young people is considered a risk indicator for conditions such as psychosis, and daily use of any drug, including alcohol, can be dangerous, the extent to which cannabis directly causes mental health disorders has yet to be established. But the important factor here is that as youth consumption hasn't gone up where weed has been legalized, there's every indication that a regulated market is a way of protecting young people's mental health, not endangering it.
The cannabis plant is a remarkable plant. It contains many hundreds of different chemicals, but the main two components are THC, which gets you stoned, and CBD, which is a kind of antidote to THC, which protects against the excessive stoning. It protects against the paranoia of THC. Policy of driving all cannabis production to the black market has led to people growing forms of cannabis which are very, very strong in THC. And that has led to the greater rise of particularly psychotic symptoms produced by strong THC forms of skunk, like paranoia, and also a greater aggravation of people with ongoing psychotic problems. Now, if we had a regulated market, the first thing that would happen is that people would know what they were getting. And the second, we could use taxation and pricing to encourage people to use the mixture and so get the beneficial effects of the CBD alongside the recreational effects of the THC.
Back in the 1930s, we learned the hard way that trying to ban alcohol simply doesn't work. So we came up with a system to regulate it, with strength limits on drinks and licensed bars and shops that aren't allowed to sell to kids. Obviously, drug dealers on the illicit market don't worry about stuff like that, and will sell anything to anyone.
Do you think that kids are subjected to drugs more now?
I think it's doing them about 12 years old and that.
Is it because MDMA is cheap, the kids like that?
Yeah, cheap.
But the alcohol and tobacco industries also leave lots to be desired, with huge companies able to lobby governments to shape policies in their favor. The process of legalizing cannabis offers opportunities to vastly improve on that model. One of the first major concerns is not just about weed suddenly being sold in fancy shops, but who gets to run those shops? This is pretty much the archetypal cliche of legal cannabis. Bearded guys with elaborate vape machines droning on about their favorite strains of kush, like craft beer geeks but with hazier short-term memories. But in reality, it's not the nerdy cannabis enthusiasts who are actually running the show. The legal market in Canada, as in many states across the US, has actually been captured by a few giant companies riding the so-called green wave to increase their share prices. This isn't about bougie artisanal edibles. This is about serious 21st century capitalism.
In preparation for legalization, Weed giant Canopy Growth started buying out a number of smaller producers around Canada, making it the single largest cannabis company in the country.
22 million shares traded today. Wow. That's unbelievable. It's been the biggest trading stock every day in Canada for the last couple of weeks.
Obviously, it's not a problem in itself that people make a bunch of money out of cannabis. People already make serious money out of it. But there's also the danger of some real injustice here. First of all, governments tend to make getting legal cannabis licenses so expensive that only the big corporate players can actually afford them.
Right.
So independents are shut out from the start. For almost 100 years, the worst violence and oppression of the war on drugs has fallen on people of color and marginalized communities. Now, many jurisdictions ban people with previous convictions from receiving legal cannabis licenses. Obviously, that disproportionately excludes many of those same people who've been persecuted for so long, who are then forced to watch as a bunch of slick, predominantly white business people cruise in and make a load of profit off the now legal weed business. This has led some in the African American community in particular to try to reclaim this space, like former NBA star Al Harrington.
Do you feel like the black community has access to the industry out west?
Hell no. Fuck no, they can't afford it. It's cost so much to even submit an application. You know what I mean? I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's why I had to continue to be an advocate to try to change some of these laws and break down some of these barriers, and we can really uplift our community with this plant.
And this isn't just about the US. Many of those big cannabis companies that accumulated huge amounts of capital during the first green wave have been using that money to take over emerging legal weed markets across the world. Jamaica decriminalized cannabis in 2015, but many there are worried that it's foreign venture capitalists who will be reaping most of the rewards.
It starts at $2,000 for a license to grow weed and $10,000 to transport it. That's more than the average Jamaican's annual salary.
Maybe there's a chance here, not just to end the war on drugs and raise tax revenues, but to actually create some reparations for those who have been most affected. Luckily, the patchwork of how different American states have gone about legalization so far gives us a wide range of evidence of what works and what doesn't. And in the face of pressure from activists, some states are actually taking steps to make social equity a fundamental part of their cannabis legalization agendas.
Not only does legalization prevent some of the harms of the war on drugs going forward, but that we use some of the opportunities that it creates to potentially repair some of the harms that the war on drugs has created in the past. And we're seeing more well thought through, better funded equity programs. Illinois, which legalized cannabis relatively recently, has already expunged 500,000 former cannabis convictions. That is a major injustice that has been to some degree rectified by this policy. We are seeing millions of dollars being redirected from the legal cannabis economy into social programs. We are seeing, minority-owned cannabis businesses supported by equity programs in places like Massachusetts. We have an opportunity with emerging legal markets to do things differently and to do things better.
War on drugs has been going on a long time. Its patterns are set deep, and the damage it has done is going to take many years to undo. But what we've learned from the experiments taking place with cannabis legalization across North America is that the hysterical fear-mongering predictions have not come true, and the results have been broadly positive. However, as we consider legalization across the rest of the world, there's also a lot we can learn about how to do things better. Prohibition didn't work with alcohol, and it hasn't worked with cannabis either. But we're now at a crossroads where we don't simply have to repeat the mistakes of the alcohol or tobacco industries and can actually create something more effective, fair, and positive. A new industry that works for everyone involved.
We'd like to congratulate drugs for winning the war on drugs.
West Africa is an international drug transit hub.
Whether today, tomorrow...
Fuck, I'm tired. We'll watch a couple more. Cartels are trafficking drugs through West Africa. Let's see.
Tomorrow or in 1,000 years' time, I will never be a drugs trafficker.
In November of 2009, a Boeing 727 jet crashed in the desert of Mali, killing those on board. But what surprised observers was that this plane was carrying an estimated 10 tons of cocaine. Authorities had been aware for some time that West Africa had been growing in importance as a trade route for South American coke. But the scale of this operation shone a light on just how serious the issue had become. In this episode, we're looking at one of the most crucial but most unreported fronts of the war on drugs, West Africa, and how the drug war is serving to destabilize the entire region.
Jesus, 10 tons, bro.
The background to this is pretty simple. People in Europe really like taking cocaine, and criminal groups in South America really like selling it to them. As law enforcement tightened control on some traditional routes into the US and Europe, West Africa seemed to present an ideal alternative. The last 2 years have seen record cocaine busts in the Gambia, Cape Verde, and Senegal.
West Africa as a region is very vulnerable due to corruption, unemployment, poverty. It makes it very conducive for drug traffickers.
In most developed countries, authorities use the amount seized by law enforcement to estimate the size of the actual market. But in West Africa, the rate of shipments being intercepted is so low that this vastly underestimates the extent of the issue.
It's very difficult when you are discussing these issues as to the magnitude of the impact of these drugs. Data is limited or non-existent.
To get some sense of scale though, some experts estimate that the cocaine trade in West Africa alone is worth about $2 billion a year. That's about equal to the total legitimate foreign direct investment into Nigeria in 2018. And you can't have this much dirty money circulating through already fragile economies without it having a massively corrosive effect. This is a crisis throughout West Africa, but probably the clearest example is the tiny country of Guinea-Bissau. Guinea-Bissau is one of the poorest countries on earth. It's about the size of the US state of Maryland and has a population of about 1.9 million people, around 70% of whom live below the poverty line. And over the past decade or so, it's become known as Africa's first true narco-state. Experts and journalists argue endlessly over what exactly constitutes the definition of a narco-state. But it's essentially a country in which most levels of economic and political power have been corrupted or completely co-opted by the drugs trade. Colombia in the 1970s, Afghanistan from the 2000s onwards, and Mexico today could probably be examples. So how does Guinea-Bissau stack up in the narco-state league table? Well, here's a guy called Jose Americo Bubo Nachuto, the former head of the Guinea-Bissau Navy. He spent much of 2012 planning to import several tons of cocaine from South American guerrilla fighters, collecting a tidy $1 million a ton as his fee.
We asked him straight up, are you involved in drug smuggling? Whether today, tomorrow, or in 1,000 years' time, I will never be a drugs trafficker. I just sit here waiting for their evidence. You can tell the truth, or you can tell lies about your enemies.
As it happened though, those guerrillas were actually American DEA agents. And only 6 years after that interview, Nachuto was arrested on board a luxury yacht, taken to New York, and sentenced to 4 years in prison. This wasn't some random Coast Guard officer or local police detective taking a bribe. This was the head of the Navy. He conducted many of his negotiations on military bases and frequently mentioned wanting to speak to the head of the country's government about the deal. The head of the government at the time was Chief of Staff General Antonio Injai, who had seized power in a coup in 2012. That coup became known as the cocaine coup because of how deep Injai's links to the cocaine business were suspected to go. And in 2013, Injai himself was indicted by the US on drug trafficking charges, although he's denied any wrongdoing or involvement in trafficking. So this is a situation where the war on drugs has co-opted the navy of an entire country. And instead of traffickers trying to influence politicians with bribes or threats, people allegedly tried to seize power for themselves in order to better control the drug trade. Over the past decade, Guinea-Bissau may well have seemed less like a country with a drug problem and more like a drug cartel with a flag. But it's only the most extreme example of the narco-corruption prevalent across West Africa. And this has serious consequences for the people who live there.
One thing that we need to address is corruption, because resources are supposed to be channeled to address specific issues like education, health, and what of you, and these are diverted. And so we need to begin to look at the drug issue not just as a security issue, but a development issue.
This vision of the war on drugs as a development issue is crucial, and it feeds into one of the biggest unanswered questions about the drug war in West Africa. There's a common narrative that money from the drug trade is used to finance insurgencies and terrorist organizations like Boko Haram and Al-Qaeda. This is certainly true elsewhere in the world, from South America to Afghanistan, but in West Africa, this narrative is often pushed by authorities as propaganda to continue expanding and funding fighting their war on drugs. But the truth is, we simply don't know how deep these links go, or if they're there at all.
We have heard a number of times about how drug trafficking impacts on terrorism. Most of these linkages, there isn't data, there isn't evidence on the ground to be able to link or make a strong link between these issues to drug trafficking within the region.
The cocaine trade through West Africa is largely driven by one determining factor: the decision by European governments to keep the massive European cocaine market illegal. These are European decisions destroying lives and corrupting entire societies in West Africa, which, to be fair, is nothing particularly new. But while there may be increasing use of drugs like cocaine and heroin in West Africa itself as a result of this international trade, perhaps what's most disturbing are reports of an emerging homegrown methamphetamine industry. Nigeria's first meth lab was discovered in 2011, but between 2012 and 2017, seizures in the country rose from 177 kilograms to 1.3 tons. There are reports of Mexican cartels setting up operations in Nigeria and elsewhere across West Africa. And 2020 saw a series of bigger and more sophisticated operations being uncovered.
It's not just the traditional drugs that we are seeing now, like the cocaine, the cannabis. We are now even seeing new psychoactive substances such as methamphetamine and all other synthetic drugs. We have seen 2 years back about 9 clandestine labs were destroyed in Nigeria for the production of methamphetamine.
An explosion of homegrown methamphetamine would be a step change in the West African drug scene. Looking at places like the US, Thailand, and the Philippines, the thought of a domestic meth explosion being added to the mix in countries like Senegal, Nigeria, and Ghana is pretty terrifying. Coronavirus hasn't stopped the global cocaine trade, but it has caused huge disruption to people's lives, leading to reports that local drug supplies are becoming more and more adulterated. Meanwhile, the new president of Guinea-Bissau, Umaro Sissoko Embalo, seized power in early 2020. While there's no suggestion that Embalo himself is part of the trafficking network, local observers expressed concern that he came to power with the support of the military, reminiscent of the 2012 cocaine coup. So, all things considered, the immediate future looks pretty bleak for the West African drug trade. But one thing is almost certain. The same war on drugs approaches to tackling these issues that failed in all those other places are probably not going to help in West Africa either.
We'd like to congratulate drugs for winning the war on drugs.
For the past 5 years or so, even amid all the noise around coronavirus and Brexit, one key issue has completely dominated crime, policing, and drugs in the UK. This is the story of how the war on drugs created a situation in which children across Britain are routinely and brutally exploited to sell crack and heroin. This is the story of County Lines.
You don't have to say anything that may harm your defence. You don't mention when questioning something which you later on in court.
On fire and what?
Everyone gets stabbed in Southend, bro.
Alright, everyone. Holy fuck, that was
In its
loud.
most simple terms, County Line...
well, it's turning 12-year-olds. Oh my god, this is going to be a good one to leave off on. We'll leave off on this one. We'll check back Friday. Hopefully I'll have some sick content to film. No, I think we're going to do a Halloween stream. I think we might watch some Halloween shit and dress up, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Alright, everyone, take care. I hope everyone has a great night, day, whatever time zone you're in. But, alright. Remember, go to that YouTube channel, hit that subscribe, all that good shit. Take care, everyone.